Oh, it is loud. Good morning. Did I wake you up? Yeah? Okay, good. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, and all the brilliant minds gathered here today, welcome to the second edition of the Open Source in Energy Access Symposium. I'm Clara Danadello, and I'm proud to be representing EnAccess, one of the co-organizers with World Resources Institute. Last year, at around the same time, EnAccess and WRI launched the first OSEAS in Abuja. And today, we're back, this time with an even more dynamic program and new ways to connect and create. We've added more breakout sessions and working group, a poster and product safari, and even a site visit to see open innovation in action. And we've listened to your feedback to expand the hackathon. This isn't just another conference, it's a living lab. We've brought together a wide range of actors who bring a diverse voices and perspectives. We have manufacturers, members of the open source community, policymakers, academics, community organizers, all united by one shared mission: accelerating energy access. At EnAccess, we see open source as a crucial piece of the puzzle. It's a catalyst for innovation, transparency, and collaboration. We think that when it's open, it moves faster. When it's shared, it scales. And when it's built together, it lasts. I hope you recognize how unique and important this symposium is and the endless opportunities open source can bring. So let's make most of this moment. We have 2 days to learn from each other, to collaborate, develop practical open solutions that can drive real impact. Thank you for being here, and thank you for being part of the open source revolution for energy access.
Thank you, Clara. Is the mic working? Next up is Victoire Cowley from GetInvest. Karibu.
Yes, we did. Thank you very much, Clara. And good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to all the honorable guests here as well. I'm Victoire Cowley-Gottlieb, and it's a real pleasure to be here today and to have the opportunity to contribute to the opening of OSEAS. First of all, I'd like to thank WRI and EnAccess for organizing this very important event. And yeah, I'd like to thank everyone who's been involved in organizing this event. Over the last couple of years, I've felt an increased buzz and momentum in the data and energy space. Would it be fair to say that we have reached consensus that data is indispensable to a successful energy transition? I'm an advisor at GetInvest, and we're honored to be part of supporting this discussion. Let me just take a couple of minutes to introduce GetInvest. GetInvest is a leading European program that mobilizes investment in clean energy, closing the gap between finance, demand, and supply. We're funded by the European Union, Germany, Norway, the Netherlands, Sweden, and Austria. And since 2016, we have been supporting projects and companies on their journey to raising capital until financial close. Roughly 600 so far. We work with local banks, with industry associations, and since 2022, we've been supporting the data platform Prospect. Prospect is a primary open source platform for energy and climate tracking, which is the reason I'm here today. I personally have a background in finance and spent several years working in a business analytics and risk function for a Zambian clean energy company. And having understood the importance of data to operationalize and finance such a business, I've been really pleased to be over the last couple of years supporting the incubation of Prospect, being implemented by the Access to Energy Institute in Berlin. Prospect's primary aim is to provide a sound digital infrastructure in the form of a public good to the sector. Why? Because access to high quality data and digital infrastructure are both critical for sound planning, financing, as well as market and investment development in the off-grid sector. And I would actually say for energy transition as a whole. Ultimately, open source technology has the potential not only to shift creation to the African continent, but to speed up the digitization of the full energy access sector, facilitating data sharing between the necessary stakeholders for a more effective monitoring, reporting, and verification. As GetInvest, we see this as an essential key to increase the volume and pace of investment to contribute to building sustainable energy markets and to ultimately help meet the twin challenge of energy access and climate change. OZEAS is an essential annual meeting where all stakeholders can come together and exchange on everything relating to open source technology within the energy access space. Two key aspects I see here are sensitization. What can be done to sensitize potential users and the wider public a little bit more around open source technology and its advantages? In particular, I think it would be good to provide reassurance around data ownership and security for higher adoption rates. A second aspect that I see as important here is the interoperability aspect. How can bridges be built between various solutions that have already been created? How can the data start flowing between them? Let's discuss how everybody can come in an ethos of collaboration together to facilitate something scalable. And what capacity is required for this? And what financing is required for this? I look forward to today and tomorrow and to the fruitful conversations, the informative panels and workshops, and finally to the open source solutions we can all produce and connect together thereafter. Thank you very much.
Next, I would like to invite Professor Isael da Silva, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Strathmore University. Are you the only professor in the room?
So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, so Isael Pereira da Silva, Brazilian by birth, African by choice. I walked into this continent by myself. Yeah, so I am a member of academia, and I believe in this something called triple helix. I don't know if you have heard of it, but triple helix is for real. It is whenever you are going to do something, you need private sector, you need government, and you need academia. Each one of these three have gifts that the other two don't have. Example, if I give me a tax exemption, or allocate to myself some land, because I'm not government, I can go to jail, you see? So the idea is when you put the three together, then things happen and we get things done. People who are my friends here, like Rebecca and Dimitris and so many other people, we've been working for 10 years, perhaps, or more. They know I have one kind of way of, I work with the people who do not belong to NATO. Sorry, nothing political. It's not North Atlantic Treaty Organization. NATO for me is no action, talk only. There are people who are like that, and then it's better you create your island of sanity and you don't allow them to come into the thing so that you can get things done. One of the examples was like, sorry for talking about it, but I have to say something about Strathmore, my institution, isn't it? Where Rebecca did her postdoc and helped us to start a master's in sustainable energy transition, isn't it? We came, there was nothing there. We put, now it's there. Now we can retire. Me, not her, she's too young. So I fight the 4Ds revolution. First D is decarbonization. I know that people make money and live and are doing a good job creating carbon emission, isn't it? United States, half of them, they do like that. And Europe, not doing that bad. So decarbonization, we have to really believe in that, because otherwise, I read, it was sad, an interesting article of the 12 cities that are going to go underwater because of global warming, you see. So decarbonization should be something that we should look at it carefully. D. Then the second is decentralization. You know, you people who have experience with Nigeria, for instance, you have that zillions of generators, isn't it? So, but my idea is not that. The idea is solar and wind, which we have a resource in abundance, to be coming in like this. I do my job of making cement here, and my power system is here. What did I do? Two things. I did away with investment in transmission and distribution, a bit simplistic, obviously, but I now don't have losses. Today in Kenya, if you are in Kisumu and you get power from Naivasha, you get 25% losses between here and there. It's like you buy 100 eggs, and then when you reach home, 25 are gone. So very difficult to do business like this, isn't it? Internal rate of return 25%, it would be something like unless you deal with drugs, for instance, but otherwise there is that's what I say, the decentralization. And then the third one is digitalization. I don't know whether you have your avatar, but for the big companies, they have digital twins, transformers, capacitors, inverters, switch gears, everything you can access from your phone, whether you are in Bolivia or in Canada, doesn't matter. So digitalization, beautiful things that can be done. Many people are putting things that. I have a project which is for Africa, in which we are training people. It's called Open Africa Power, training people to be those that can do what Europe is already doing and Africa is not. Finally, the third D is democratization of energy. This is incredible, but this continent is 30 million square kilometers, 1.4 billion people. You see, soon Africans will be the biggest people in the planet. So we have to sort our problems and also the problems of other people who are not demographically viable. I never said that. All right. Yes. So this democratization, this 54 country, this 1.4 billion people, this marvelous continent with gold and oil and everything there, has a GDP which is smaller than the GDP of France. With 66 million people, is smaller than half of Kenya. Can you imagine? What's the problem? we have to go and join now the World Bank and the Africa Development Bank for the Mission 300M, isn't it? Yes. So that is us. I'm so pleased to be here that Rebecca decided to invite me. It was nice of you. Thank you. And then I look forward to learning a lot from you. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Next up is Mr. George Nyongayo, who is the Assistant Director for Renewable Energy, Ministry of Energy and Petroleum. Karibu, George.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's quite interesting coming right after the professor. Actually, that was more than a remark. It was a lecture and quite informative. As you have been informed, I am George Nyongayo from the State Department for Energy, and I'm here on behalf of my boss, Engineer Isaac Kiva, who due to exigencies of duty could not make it. Nonetheless, I wish to proceed on behalf of Ministry of Energy and Petroleum to thank WRI and EnAccess for organizing this wonderful symposium that is quite of immense importance to our country and energy sector. It is therefore my honor to join you at this open source in Energy Access Symposium. We welcome the important focus on open source tools and data to accelerate access to sustainable energy. For our case in Kenya, we have the Energy Act 2019 that marked a pivotal shift in how we approach energy planning in Kenya. It mandated the creation of the Integrated National Energy Plan, our first unified framework in coordinated energy development across electricity and clean cooking. INEP emphasizes data-informed, least cost, and inclusive planning, and recognizes the role of both national and county governments. Since its launch in 2019, the Energy Access Explorer has supported these national goals by offering the following: an open source geospatial platform integrating over 50 datasets relevant to energy access, social services, infrastructure, and productive uses of energy. Alignment with the least cost electrification efforts through integration with the Kenya National Electrification Strategy, direct support to INEP and capacity building activities for national energy planners, small-scale solar photovoltaic detection using state-of-the-art AI algorithms, and high-resolution satellite imagery. At the subnational level, the Energy Access Explorer has contributed to the development of 3 counter energy plans. As has been remarked earlier, these ones are Makueni, Narok, and Kitui, and supported local decision-making through use of productive energy assessments in partnership with SNV and energizing development. Collaboration with Clean Cooking Alliance and Clean Cooking Association of Kenya to bring cooking-related data and use cases. Integration with field data tools like Kobo Toolbox for ground truthing and monitoring. Training workshops for local stakeholders to build capacity in using the toolbox for planning and analysis. The Ministry of Energy strongly values the role of open source platforms like the Energy Access Explorer, Onset, Osmosis, that democratize access to data and analytics, lower planning costs, and enhance coordination across stakeholders. As we advance energy transition, we reaffirm our commitment to open innovation, capacity building, and tools that are inclusive. We thank our partners, WRI, Strathmore University, EnAccess, SNV, CCAK, CCA, GIZ, Jet Invest, and other stakeholders for their immense contribution to this symposium and the energy sector at large. Let's continue working together to ensure that data, tools, and partnership serves communities who need them most. As we proceed, I look forward to fruitful deliberations, since this is an event that is of immense importance to the energy transition in Kenya by furthering energy access and energy efficiency. Thank you very much.
Thank you, George. It's always good to get the blessings of the government, and I think we have their full support. Next up is Dr. Rebecca Shirley. She's our Deputy Director for WRI Africa, who will comes next. Karibu sana, Rebecca.
Good morning to everyone. Let me offer the official welcomes of the morning. First to Assistant Director George Ngayo, the Renewable Energy Ministry from the Renewable Energy Ministry of Energy and Petroleum in Kenya. Mr. Abba Aliyu, the Managing Director for the Rural Electrification Agency of Nigeria. Of course, our very good friend, Dr. Israel Da Silva, the Deputy Vice Chancellor for Research and Innovation at Strathmore University. To every single one of you, each of you is one of our distinguished guests. To members of the media, good morning and good morning again. And for those of you that have joined from abroad, in particular, Karibuni, Kenya, welcome to everyone. Good morning. On behalf of my colleagues at the World Resources Institute, and together with our dear partners, the EnAccess Foundation, it's a true pleasure to welcome each of you to the second Open Source and Energy Access Symposium, the first and only event dedicated to accelerating energy access through the contribution of open source innovation. As Clara mentioned, the inaugural OSEAS was held last year in Abuja, Nigeria, May 2024, almost exactly a year ago. And today's gathering here in Nairobi marks the continued growth of a vibrant community committed to leveraging open access, collaborative tools, data, and applications to drive progress on SDG 7, universal access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy for all. So whether you've come just from around the corner here in Nairobi, or traveled from across the globe, or are joining us virtually, thank you for being part of this important conversation. You may not know your neighbor on the left or the right of you, but just by being part of this particular symposium, we actually know something very important about each other in the room and joining virtually. Everyone in this room understands inherently the value of high-quality data in designing solutions that meet people where they are. Everyone in this room believes in the value of high-resolution analytics for planning and scaling proven technology solutions. And everyone in this room cares deeply about each person's right to access to electricity and clean fuels, and about clean power for economic development. And by that token, none of us are strangers to each other. So turn to your neighbor on the left and the right and just say, hey, friends, good morning. We are on the same journey. The same journey we're all on in this room. So Twende, let's get going. My name, as David said, is Rebecca Shirley. I serve as Deputy Regional Director for the World Resources Institute Africa. WRI is a global research organization that's working to improve people's lives, to protect nature, and to hold climate change. So everything that we do, we try to make sure it's in that intersection. We've been working here in Africa for over 20 years, and our philosophy is that by helping to build robust, legitimate sectors of economy that are based on sustainability, from landscape restoration to circular food systems, to community forest safeguarding, to green mobility, and to clean energy for productivity, if we can create and help to grow and foster these sectors, we'll help then create and stimulate thriving economies and waves of dignified, meaningful jobs for our young, fast-growing communities, all while helping to build resilient African cities, revitalizing African landscapes and ecosystems, and helping the world to decarbonize, as Prof said. So that's our vision for the continent. African agency. African agency, African capacity to make things happen for ourselves. The opportunity to demonstrate that Africa can be the first continent in the world to stake its development on the idea that people, nature, and climate work better together. Isn't that a vision? Isn't that a vision? Tuna pamoja, are we together? Yes, this is the vision. And we deliver that vision through three major levers. One, of course, is partnerships for change, partnerships in helping to raise national level ambitions and local level action. Second is system orchestration, working with others to build the architecture for finance and policy and replication and learning. And third, of course, is what brings us here today, data. We leverage a cadre of data platforms that allow change makers to design solutions, deliver planning, and monitor, track, and verify the impacts of their interventions on the ground. And this is because we see data and replicable analytics as fundamental to solutions. And a cornerstone of our data approach is a commitment to open data and open tools for effective collaboration. We believe that equally accessible, transparent information is absolutely essential for countries and partners to make just, inclusive transitions towards development pathways that work for people, nature, and climate. So at WRI, we aim to contribute to transition in three key human systems: our food, land, and water human system, our cities human system, and of course, our energy system. Many of you know that I'm an energy analyst by training, so I may be biased, but I truly believe that clean energy transitions are the ultimate catalyst to change. It goes without saying in a room like this that energy powers healthcare, enables learning, drives productivity, and builds climate resilience. Yet today, still over 600 million people across the continent live without access to energy. And as Prof explained so eloquently, bridging this gap is not only a moral imperative, it's a development necessity. And to do this effectively, we must move beyond fragmented efforts and invest in systems-level, data-informed, community-led approaches. And open source solutions like the ones we're championing here play a critical role in advancing energy access in Africa. Let me briefly highlight a flagship initiative that brings our commitment to open data to life for you, which is, of course, the Energy Access Explorer. It's on the banner, so I'm sure that most of you have worked with Energy Access Explorer before, but it's developed by WRI with over 300 partners. The EAE is the world's first digital public good in the energy sector. For those of you that might not be familiar, it's an open source geospatial platform that brings together data on demographics, social and productive uses, energy resource availability, infrastructure, environment, and finance to empower governments, businesses, and communities to democratize access to information and prioritize underserved areas. Today, the Energy Access Explorer is used in 8 countries with over 30,000 users, including more than 100 government agencies. Through this open source tool, we work with planners, developers, and entrepreneurs to identify where clean energy can not only deliver power, but improve livelihoods and sustain economic growth. And we work with amazing trainers, some of you who are in the room today, to roll out training to thousands across the continent. Right here in Kenya, the Energy Access Explorer has helped subnational governments like Makueni County, where we'll go and visit on Friday, to develop its energy plan and investment prospectus, and has helped the national government to update its electrification strategy. We just heard directly from George, both the national and subnational commitments being made to digital solutions in Kenya. So we have many successes to show for this hard work, but the truth is the Energy Access Explorer is just one piece of the puzzle. I've spoken about the vision. I've spoken about why a just and inclusive energy transition is central to that vision for Africa. And I've spoken about one tool that is helping governments plan a course of action. But that's a single slice of the picture. There are so many other tools that are critically needed to move us from planning to investments, from all kinds of avenues, and from investment to transferability and scale in all kinds of contexts, and from scaling tools to those that help us learn about impact. How businesses and communities interact with the energy, pay for the energy, consume the energy once it becomes available. Is it actually reliable, affordable, equitable, and just? We need tools to help us answer these questions as well, as Victoria laid out. So this symposium is about highlighting the broader ecosystem of open tools, sharing lessons, and fostering real collaboration. You are the representation of that ecosystem in the room today. We must coordinate and ensure that together we are meeting the needs and filling the gaps in this ecosystem so that we can count ourselves faithful stewards of the power of research, data, and information technology to contribute to lasting change. And so, as we begin this exciting event, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the funding partners who have made this event possible, the IKEA Foundation, GIZ, Get Invest, and Prospect. Thank you so much. Your support is helping to unlock open innovation and inclusive energy solutions for Africa, day by day, community by community, and mile by mile. Thank you all. That's to the funders. Don't worry, I'm almost there. On behalf of WRI, I'd also like to extend our heartfelt appreciation to the government of Kenya for its continued collaboration and leadership, both at the national and subnational levels. Your commitment to people-centered energy planning has been instrumental in shaping our shared efforts to deliver meaningful energy access and has become, dare I say, a benchmark for others to follow. So thank you. And finally, I want to again thank each and every one of you participants in the room for joining. Whether you're here as a technologist, an analyst, a policymaker, a researcher, a practitioner, this space on open access tools is for all of us. So let's work together this week with urgency and with purpose to accelerate energy access in a way that is inclusive, effective, and rooted in the needs of community. I wish you all a productive, inspiring, and energizing symposium ahead. And now, without any further ado, it's my pleasure to invite up the Honorable Abba Aliyu, the Managing Director for the Rural Electrification Agency of Nigeria, who's come all the way from Abuja to deliver his opening remarks and spend the week with us. Karibu Abba, and to everyone, Asanteni Sana. Thank you.
What a speech. When you have this kind of opening remarks, the next thing is that you wouldn't want it to be invited to give the next opening remark. There are quite a number of dilemmas that I faced. I have my own written speech that we worked out with my team. But when I came and we're having discussion, and I met Prof. De Silva, and one of the main things he mentioned, which he repeated in his speech, was the NATO or NATO, whatever it's called, concept. No action, talk only. When he mentioned it there, it made me to reflect, to now say that I don't have to deliver the speech that we did with my team, which we were working on very late. I need to reflect on that. What happened from the first EnAccess Symposium to date? Do I fall into the category of the no action, all talk, no action, or is there a change? And why this is important for me was because the EnAccess invited me for the Abuja Symposium when I was just appointed as the managing director, and everybody was congratulating me. But deep down me was fear of how do I deliver on the mandate of Rural Electrification Agency, an agency that has been tasked with the responsibility of providing energy access to over 80 million Nigerians, which is as much as the total population of Turkey or most of the European countries. So just imagine that task. So my discussion with the prof made me to now change the speech and now call my speech All Action After Talk, AAAT. Now, at the time I attended the EnAccess event in Abuja, there were 3 critical dilemmas as the new MD of REA that I was facing. The first, which is a bit of mathematics. So if you know that you are not good in mathematics, you may end up not getting this one. The first is, how do we ensure that we provide or we deliver projects that are cost effective in the most efficient way and sustainable over a very long period of time? That's the dilemma. But to add to the dilemma, a number of mathematics. One, a project is, the cost of the project is contingent upon, the tariff, is contingent upon the cost of the project, right? So which means that cost of the project is equals to tariff, right? Which means the higher the project cost, the higher the, none of you get mathematics. The higher the project cost, the higher the tariff, right? Simple mathematics, right? Now, but there's also another dilemma now, sustainability. And sustainability is cost, right? So sustainability is equals to cost. So if you want to now deliver a project cost that encompasses sustainability, means tariff plus additional cost of the sustainability, right? Come on, simple mathematics, right? So higher the project cost plus sustainability cost means tariff plus that cost of the sustainability. So that's it. Then the third component of that mathematics is that sustainability is information technology, is contingent upon the information technology infrastructure you built in. That's the simple thing. That's what would somehow ensure the sustainability of your project. Because sustainability, you can ensure sustainability if you have a data that would tell you how the project is behaving. It's just like going to a doctor. So before having a chronic liver disease, if your doctor gets to have some sign that your liver started malfunctioning, he can easily prescribe solution to address that disease to being chronic. And that is exactly what we have in the project. If you have a data that signals some malfunctioning of your project, you can easily address that malfunctioning before it becomes chronic. So that's the first dilemma that we had. The second dilemma was, I came also as the MD at a point when we want to scale up our intervention. We delivered, I was the head of project management unit overseeing the World Bank and African Development Bank project, and moved now, promoted to the MD. At the time, we delivered about 300 mini grids and deployed over 1.5 million solar home system. But now we want to be ambitious. We want to deliver 1,350 mini grids, of which 250 of them are going to be interconnected mini grids. And we want to deliver over 10 million solar home system. We want to target 17.5 million Nigerians to get them out of energy poverty in 3 years. So quite scaling up, which means that the requirement of sustainability, if we are thinking of a small framework to ensure sustainability of the 300, now we have to think almost 500% much more framework to ensure the sustainability based on the scale up that we are looking at. So which means that sustainability becomes more important for our project, both the government intervened project and the large scale private sector project. Then the last dilemma was facing with was how to have data at our fingertips. Being an MD, you always go and advocate for more funds. You advocate for policy change, regulatory change. You also advocate for impact assessment for our ecosystem or for our intervention to be always at the front burner. So you always need data. I need to, if I meet with the president, I need to tell the president that, oh, we are targeting 17.5 million Nigerians. Out of this 17.5, we want to intervene in 3 million using isolated mini grids, 1.5 million using interconnected mini grids. We have done interconnected mini grids in Ebaragood. You need to have the data at your fingertips to be able to advocate for more funds, more policy, more regulation. So that's the third dilemma. Now, with this three dilemma and the first EnAccess event that I have attended, I came back with the zeal that this is a platform, this is something that can help us to address these three dilemmas. I need to really target on that. So no action or there's an action. The first thing I did after that was to go to be so daring to go to the Central Bank of Nigeria, their IT department. They have one of the best IT department in the country, and go and poach one of the best staff of the Central Bank and bring him to Rural Electrification Agency. That's the first action that I took. And we brought that young guy called Mudamili and exposed him to this three dilemma, gave him all the IT infrastructure that we have, and I handed over all the pamphlet of EnAccess and said, go and start working. So what had happened? To date, we have really taken ownership of the open source and started building things that would address all these three dilemmas that Rural Electrification Agency is facing with. We leverage on the technical know-how, structured approach, and shared knowledge to address all the three dilemmas. To date, we have demonstrated the African capacity to make things happen. In fact, I picked this from the last speaker's speech. She mentioned that, and I want to say that, yes, in Nigeria, REA has started taking that. We leverage on the open access source, and we are demonstrating that. Specifically, we leverage on this CRM, and we developed it to fit into the Nigerian peculiarities. We looked at that most of our developers, one of the costs they experience, high costs of information technology is the CRM. So we now leverage on the open source, structured it into what needs to fit our thing, and we want to get all our developers to make use of it, which means significantly reducing their cost of deployment and by extension ensuring sustainability of our project. We also leverage on the prospects.energy to develop a data segregation for real-time monitoring of mini-grid and solar home system. And we integrated most inverters and meters that are available in Nigerian market, and we are now getting real-time data from these inverters and meters. And this is something that we have done, which other countries can easily leverage on. So you don't have to do another work, hard work to now integrate from the open source to communicate with Huawei or Vectron inverter. We have already done that, and it's available for other countries to make use of it and leverage on that. And these are things that we are doing. Now, if you come to REA through the open source, you can see us communicating with all the government deployed high mini grid across the country, giving us real-time data of their performance and how best to optimize them, thereby ensuring the sustainability of our intervention. Without wasting much time, this is just to give this little thing. In future, I would like to adopt still what the last speaker said, more especially the last paragraph before the thanking part. She challenged us further in terms of, apart from still this, there are many other things that needs to be done. And we look also agreed to that. We developed the Nigerian electrification strategy and implementation plan, and we have seen the need to coordinate all different data sources into one to give one source of planning which would impact which should be democratized, not only for the Nigerian, but even in ordinary people should have access to this data so that continuously they can hold us accountable for what we said we have done or what we want to do, and for us to really address the energy access challenge in the country. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Another round of applause for chief guests and for all the speakers. Thank you so much. After today, we are all action after talk. No NATO. Fantastic. Thank you, our speakers. We really appreciate it. I think we are all inspired now. They've given us an overview of why we are here and what the challenge for energy access and the role of open source is. Next, we have a number of presentations, brief presentations, to give us an overview of open source ecosystem, how open source has been used for energy modeling, integrated and inclusive energy planning in Kenya, and the power of the open source community. So next on stage is Vivian from EnAccess, who will kick us off. Karibu.
Hello and welcome. And thanks a lot to all the speakers and all the participants. I'm so glad to see the room so full. We had this discussion this morning a bit about when you organize such an event, you're always a bit nervous on how many people show actually up. And I'm pretty impressed about how many of you showed up. And thanks a lot that you are here for us and with us to join us on this mission to revolutionize energy access with open source. And also thanks a lot for all the honored guests that made time to share with us and this inspiring and motivating speeches, which I agree, but it's hard to build on that. So you made it challenging for us, Rebecca. But we will do our best to keep the speed. I want to, with my presentation, give a short overview about the landscape as much as I can about open source in energy access. And because I believe we are all in our bubbles, even though we are in a niche, we might still miss a few aspects here and there. Where do I have to point? And where's my, there's the presentation. Okay, thanks. First of all, I think most of us here are kind of related to access to energy, but some might more be related to open source only. So a short intro because on access to energy. Electrifying remote areas includes several very particular challenges, which go from you have extremely low income customers, while it's extremely hard to serve them because it's very remote to get there. You have extreme weather conditions, you have regulatory uncertainties, data connectivity issues, etc. Which brings a lot of organizations, private organizations, non-profits, public organizations, to the need to actually develop new innovations, new technology, software, hardware, business models. However, it's a sector that is consequently underfinanced, as we all know. And a lot of the organizations find themselves reinventing the wheel constantly, using these funds to develop tools that already exist exactly the same or very, very similarly, instead of using and leveraging which is already there and jointly built on top of that. And then if they want to create a business model out of it, which is totally fine, just focus on a very particular part where their business intelligence and their development is of value, but using a commonly maintained infrastructure which covers all the or most of the common challenges that all these organizations have. And that goes from NGOs, private sector, developers, distributors, operators, public sector in planning and in rolling out and verifying energy access programs. So that's the context in which we are. And that's why we believe open source is a response to that challenge. We have a few figures that they're a bit old because they're not that easy to gather. But they basically show, I won't go through each single of them, but one thing that you can see, open source is really present in the sector. I mean, you might know, I mean, we are like 100 people or something here, so it's present in the sector. But what is particularly interesting is this figure that which is above 60% of organizations within the energy access sector which possibly are not open sourcing yet, but they're actually willing to. So the sector is ready. People in the sector believe about open source and the potential of actually using open source to make energy access easier and more efficient thank you. So everybody can see the 66% now. So yeah, that's an interesting number, that there are so many actors in the sector that really want to open source. And another very nice figure is also over 90% of users of open source tools in energy access would be keen to use them again. I think that's a pretty good rating, like 9 out of 10 on open source tools, very generalized, but so there is not this experience that people sometimes might have, oh, it's super DIY, I don't know how to use it. There's quite a satisfaction when using open source tools. And now, what is open source? We talk about open source tools, open source here and there, but we try to categorize that in 3 areas, and which are software, hardware, and then open data, methods, business models. Typically, open source has mainly been software code. I think the modern internet wouldn't exist if we wouldn't have open source. But also hardware is becoming, open source hardware is becoming more increasingly important and developed, and sharing of data in a data-driven world is obviously also quite of a value, and methods and business models are also tools that can help. Now looking at these categories and what we have in the sector, yeah, that's perfect that you took me away. I was scared that you wouldn't be able to read what is down there. We have quite a few tools. When I was preparing the slide, I was even surprised. You will see, and it will go on for a bit. And we've tried to gather tools. And I said earlier, I tried to make an overview also with some crowd intelligence, asking around. But there might still be tools missing, but that's at least things that we know that are existing in energy access and foreign, which is all open source. So we are really talking about quite a mass of tools that exists. And this is quite impressive. And I basically wanted to show you that. And I'm 100% sure I missed out on the one or the other. So, and another one would be, oh, people are taking pictures, so I wait a second, even though I have little time left for my speech. Okay, done. Okay, then I can also share the presentation. And the other exercise are about organizations involved in open source in energy access. I already noticed one which is missing. There are certainly more missing. And that's also quite a few organizations. Some are really focused on open source and open source is at their core, and some are delivering the one or the other open source tool. But that's great. And I think quite a few of those are here today, which is nice. I think not all, and a few others that are missing here are not here. But you really see we have organizations that work only in open source software, only on hardware. There are some that work in both There are more focused between software and open data and methods. And we really appreciate seeing this landscape of so many actors that believe in open source as a driver for access to energy and providing this mass of tools that you have seen that are targeting policymakers, energy planners, but also the people in the field operating and maintaining and actually delivering the service to the customers. And yeah, that said, we really believe, I know this is a slide I'm reusing. I might not need to convince you who are here, but still that the big values that we see through open source are democratizing access to energy by allowing particularly local domestic companies to use digital and digitized tools and advanced tools to deliver their service to the most remote, most vulnerable areas in this world. Interoperability, I think it has been mentioned several times. I think this is key for an efficient sector, and open source is a kind of a precondition to achieve interoperability. And then the efficient use of donor funds. I said it earlier, we have very little funds in the sector and we keep on reinventing the wheel still. So open source can really help to overcome this inefficient use of funds. And last but not least, a few figures, commercial value of open source. There are also a few studies. There are not many, but there are a few like scientifically sound studies that try to put a figure on the value on using open source, both from a private sector perspective and from a public perspective. So there's one study from the Harvard Business School that points out that basically private companies that's focusing on software only, that if open source would not exist at all, would need to spend like 2.5 times more in their software development than they need today, which is quite a figure, I find. And if we could like just scale them, the amount of, or like reduce even the little money we have by like 3.5, this would leave us with almost nothing to electrify. And from a public sector perspective, the European Commission made a study saying that basically by delivering open source software and hardware produces a cost positive cross relation from 1 to 4. Basically, by investing as a public sector strongly into open source, gets a ratio of 4 times the value invested by the public sector in terms of like private goals, and also particularly enables the growth and scale of domestic and innovative startups and small companies to drive innovation. That said, I hope I didn't overrun my time. We believe open innovation in EnAccess is a pathway to success. And that's why we is not us, it's you all of us who are here and the ones that unfortunately are missing, bring open source to Energy Access. Thank you all, and let's drive this revolution together.
Thank you, Vivian, for that wonderful presentation. Next on stage is Sarah Odera from Strathmore University.
Good morning, everyone. I am absolutely delighted to be here today to be speaking about the role of open source technologies in Kenya's energy modeling ecosystem. So as I've said, as I've been introduced, my name is Sarah Odera. I am a research fellow at the Strathmore Energy Research Center. I also wear another hat. I'm a PhD candidate at the University of Cape Town. And so I am going to be speaking about both of these experiences when I do my presentation. I don't know if my presentation will be shared. Thank you. So how I'm going to go about this for today is first to give a brief history on energy planning in Kenya so that we can see how open source technologies really come in. And then moving from there, we'll speak about where open source technologies have been used and why they have been beneficial to us. And then I will speak about how it has been beneficial to me personally. And then I will conclude there. So first, we can speak about the history of energy planning in Kenya. And historically, this function has been undertaken by, the coordination of this function has been undertaken by the Ministry of Energy. And we saw this being undertaken through the development of the least cost power development plan, which was mainly a centralized planning process and mainly focused on electricity. In doing so, it neglected bioenergy, which was being consumed by about 68% of the Kenyan population, 68 to 70% of the Kenyan population for cooking through firewood and charcoal. And then it also neglected off-grid technologies. So we're speaking about things like mini grids and solar home systems. And moving on, in 2018, we saw the development of the Kenya National Electrification Strategy. So this was quite innovative because at this point, we were able to see GIS being used to integrate both consideration of the grid, mini grid, and solar home systems for electrification in Kenya. I tried to find out the name of the tool that was used for this, but it seemed that the name of the tool wasn't available, and therefore I assumed that this wasn't an open source tool. But the results of this modeling informed the development of innovative projects like COSAP. So this is the Kenya Off-Grid Solar Access Project, which was used to support electrification in 14 marginalized counties in Kenya. So here they were considering subsidized mini grids and solar home systems for electrification. And then this plan is currently being updated, the Kenya National Electrification Strategy. And here we are beginning to see the integration of open source technologies. So first we have GeoSim, which is a proprietary tool. But then we also have the Energy Access Explorer, which has been spoken about quite a bit already, which is being used in this process. And then this is where the fun really begins. In 2019, as was mentioned, we ratified the Energy Act. So this Energy Act called for county governments, these are subnational areas or regions, administrative regions, to develop their own energy plans. And these plans were required to think about universal access to electricity. We're also thinking about cooking and how to transition to clean cooking technologies. We're thinking about transport, also thinking about energy efficiency. And together with this, we also have various state agencies like REREC, Rural, it's the Kenyan version of REA. I'm really bad with acronyms. I won't remember that one when I'm here. And Kenya Power required to develop their own plans as well. And we're supposed to integrate this into one national energy plan. And again, this integration is being done by the Ministry of Energy. So because of this requirement, particularly for counties to develop their own energy plans, we've really seen the adoption of open source technologies. We've seen this through the utilization of Onset to develop electrification plans. As has been said here before, we've used Onset in Makueni, in Narok, and in Kitui. We've also used the Energy Access Explorer within these counties. The only place where we are still left to transition to open source is modeling for cooking. This has been a bit of a challenge. Some counties have, approximately about 10 counties have energy plans in various stages of development. Some counties have neglected this function entirely. Others have used LEAP, which is not an open source tool, but at least for electrification, we are really seeing the uptake of open source tools. And also for data storage and multi-criteria analysis, we're seeing the uptake of the Energy Access Explorer. And this is important because number one, it reduces the cost of energy planning. Energy planning is quite an expensive process. There's costs associated with data collection, analysis, community engagement, which is quite instrumental in ensuring ownership. But if you're able to use open source tools, what happens is that the people who are a large number of people are able to take part in it. And now we are not importing expertise. The expertise is now being housed locally within the country, and then also being transferred to the county. And this is important because counties are supposed to update their energy plans every 3 years. So you can imagine if they're going to be procuring expertise every 3 years, it becomes quite expensive. But because we have been very intentional in conducting capacity building, not just on the process of energy planning, but also on the tools, the specific tools, both front end and back end, we anticipate that counties are going to be able to pick up these functions and run with it. I've also mentioned that the Energy Access Explorer is being used as part of the GIS toolkit for development of the Kenya National Electrification Strategy. And this is very important. Why? Because then we're able to have, if counties are using the Energy Access Explorer for their data needs, and it's also being used at a national level as well, you're able to share data across functions. I think one of our pain peeves, I don't know if that's the correct way to say it, is that when you're developing the plan, constantly knocking on different doors to get data, it can be quite a time-consuming process. But if the data is centralized, you're able to transfer the data nationally to the county. Counties are also able to contribute to updating of the Kenya National Electrification Strategy as they cascade their data upwards. So this, I think, is going to be something that is we should be keen to watch out for and contribute to as we continue undertaking these functions. Open source tools have also enhanced a collaboration between academia and government. Professor Da Silva spoke about the triple helix collaboration between industry, government, and academia. Here we are seeing very strong collaboration between government and academia. I've already spoken about how we as Strathmore, in collaboration with the World Resources Institute, have been supporting counties in the development of their energy plan, starting right from capacity building. We're also seeing at national government, this is happening. CCG, Climate Compatible Growth Group, has been training the Ministry of Energy quite a bit on tools like Osmosis and Flex tool, which are open source. And you can see there's even a paper, and the lead author is an official at the Ministry of Energy. And I must commend this team because most of the time when this collaboration happens between industry and academia, you can imagine who is usually leading the development of the papers. And I can say that it's not government. So this is quite a good development. So in summary, open source tools enhance local capacity to undertake the development of energy modeling. And this is also where my personal experience really comes in as a PhD candidate. One of the things that you experience when you're learning how to use these tools is just the constant amount of bugs and errors that you have to fix when you're modeling. And because there's such a wide number of people who are using tools, there's also information on the internet, the rate of learning also increases. I've become quite proficient at screenshotting my errors and sending them to various colleagues like Andreas, who is seated over there, to just help me out, you know? And it's quite a different experience from when I did my master's, not using an open source tool. And when I was kind of just trying to get the hang of it, the only person who could help me was my supervisor. But now I have a whole community that is available to me in terms of just doing the modeling and thinking about the results and moving forward. So that has been a really great learning experience. We've also spoken about how it reduces the cost of energy modeling. I also want to say it enhances collaboration, and not just between the government and academia, but also within the government functions as well. Yeah, because Rebecca told us about the Energy Access Explorer and how it has different data sets on demography, on social and productive uses. And these data sets will come from different departments or ministries within the government. It will come from energy, yes, but it will come from agriculture, it will come from transport, it will come from health. So then we are enhancing collaboration within the government. We're also enhancing collaboration across different government functions like the national government and the county government. And finally, we're enhancing transparency in the development of energy plans, because now we are able to understand what is happening on the back end. We are able to adapt it and modify it to suit our various needs. We're also able to continue in the development of these tools to enhance their performance. So in a nutshell, this is what I see is the role of open source energy modeling in Kenya's energy modeling sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah, for those very useful insights. Next on stage is the newest dad in town, Douglas Rodo from WRI.
Okay, good morning, everyone. So my name is Douglas. I work as a GIS associate in the energy program in WRI, Kenya. Working together with the team working on the Energy Access Explorer. So as you can imagine, I think you've heard a lot about the EAE. I'll speak more about the EAE today and how we've been able to apply it in Kenya. David has mentioned I also have a new hat. I'm a recent dad, so I've not been having a lot of sleep. So in case I sleep mid my presentation, please bear with me. So basically I'll speak mostly about the EAE, lessons learned from implementing and using the tool for energy planning in Kenya. So WRI, we are a research organization. We work with various organizations, including private sector, governments, multilateral organizations to co-develop practical solutions that improve people's lives while still protecting the environment. And one of the things we do, of course, with other partners in the country is planning. So we work with government agencies like the representative from the Ministry of Energy, George, had mentioned. We've worked with them in various development of various energy plans, both at national and subnational level. I'll skip some of these slides because I think Sarah has also given a brief overview of some of the historical background of energy planning in Kenya. But one of the things I just wanted to highlight about geospatial technologies, like one of the EAE, like I mentioned, everything on Earth happens in a particular location, right? And so geospatial tools basically have been used to analyze, visualize, and interpret this data. And can be used to make informed decisions based on the same. So, and to be able to come up with effective plans, you need this kind of data to be able to visualize where this information is. But you'd notice that some of these energy planning tools do not really take this into consideration. So to be able to plan effectively, you require this information on energy-related data. So based on this, since the EAE was launched in 2019, we've been able to been working to code with other partners to develop this tool. The EAE is basically an online, open source, and interactive mapping platform that can be used to visualize the state of energy access in unserved and underserved areas, and leverages various kinds of data sets, including satellite imagery, local available data sets to be able to do this. I'm going to just basically go through some of the reasons why we came up with this tool to basically have a centralized platform where you have all data sets on both demand and supply of energy in one place, so that decision makers can make use of this data. And again, since we are talking about open source tools, so this tool is open source in nature, meaning more stakeholders can be able to have access to these data sets and tools to make informed decisions. Yeah, and also to also reduce the reliance on GIS data. So it's a very simplified platform that various users can use and without really having a lot of background and knowledge in the same. So the EAE, like I mentioned, has various kinds of data sets from various scales and formats integrated into it. And different users can use it for various purposes. So someone who works for the Ministry of Energy or who's coming up with energy plans can be able to use this to develop these plans. Other users who might be interested in maybe markets for clean energy solutions, like clean energy entrepreneurs, can be able to use this to identify markets for their solutions. Other users who might be interested in maybe impact can be able to use this tool to identify where interventions can have the highest impacts and also target thematic use cases of the same. So as these are some of the what we've been able to do within the EAE in Kenya. So since it was launched, we've been able to contribute to various interventions, including the setup program that was mentioned by the George. We've also been able to support the development of 3 energy plants, that is Narok, Makueni, and Kitui. Also been able to integrate various least cost electrification modeling outputs into the EAE to be able to enhance the multi-criteria analysis on the same. And we've also been able to use it for productive uses of, to map out use cases of productive uses of energy within the county. So these are some of the data sets that are in the tool. So we have data sets on demand, including population density, social and economic activities, irrigation. We've also been able to integrate data sets on resources availability, including solar, wind, hydro, and also been able to integrate the current transmission and distribution networks. And users can use this for to carry out custom high-resolution analysis like this example here. You can see an output that shows areas close to health facilities, far from distribution networks, but have high potential for solar. So we also have the backend that can be able to be used by various users, including to be able to manage the tool basically, just in terms of adding new data sets, updating the existing data sets, among other functionalities. And it's a very, again, simplified to use, allows for automated data processing, storage, among other use cases. So I'll just share a few examples of where we've used this tool. Like I mentioned, we've been used to support this, the development of these energy plants, including Narok, Makueni, and Kitui. And the process typically involves starting from data collection, capacity building, integrating some of these data sets into the EAE, and be able to draft the final output based on decisions, or rather based on outputs that have been informed from this tool. This is an example of one of the modeling outputs using onset tool that is identifies least cost technological options for electrifying unelectrified populations, either using extending the grid network or using off-grid options like mini grids and solar home systems, among others, and also can be able to capture the cost involved as well as the additional capacity needed from this particular intervention. We've also been able to map out, or rather identify, high impact, high potential productive use of renewable energy opportunities and mapping them into the EAE. So looking at projects that can be require energy and that have the highest economic impact and social impacts, as well as environment impact considerations. So we've worked with various counties to be able to document and map out these projects, including the energy requirements, the costs for implementing some of these energy requirements for these projects across various value chains, as you can see. And we've been able to develop what we are calling an investment prospectus. So that is basically a guideline that the counties or other stakeholders can use to invest in these particular projects. We've also used some of these outputs to inform what we're calling a PURE investment score in the EAE. So this is essentially an analysis that users can use to test the viability of such projects, including are the projects have good access to markets, impact high a large number of populations. Do the communities around there, what is the current wealth indicators, among others. Sarah also mentioned this. We've been able to use this to support the update of the 2018 Kenya National Electrification Strategy using geospatial planning tools. So EAE was used to develop a web platform that was used to host data sets that were used to update this strategy, as well as carry out additional analysis to inform the strategy as well. For clean cooking, I'm glad I saw Benson is here. We worked with him while he was at EAE. We've worked with various partners, including the Clean Cooking Alliance, to add additional data sets and indicators on clean cooking into the EAE, including characterizing demand for cooking, identifying suitable supply options for clean cooking on the current distribution network of clean cooking solutions and suppliers within the country. And also looking at additional information like what are the current resources that can be exploited, both natural to support this. So this is an example of an analysis that can be done on EAE to inform clean cooking. Yeah, so ideally, still on cooking, we've also worked with other partners, including KTH, to model using a tool called OnStove. Similar to what I mentioned for Onset, this tool can be used to identify the cooking solutions which have the highest net benefits to the communities, including things like financial implications, which are the most affordable cook stoves, but still have additional benefits, including health costs avoided by transitioning to these particular stoves, as well as the emissions avoided and time opportunities, including things like time saved. So lastly, I'm seeing David is really on my case. I have less than negative 1 minute. Yeah, so we've been working with various partners, including a company, an organization called Omdena, which is an AI for impact organization, to be able to use AI to be able to map out the penetration of rooftop solar panels. So one of the things we highlighted as a gap was, as much as we can be able to get data sets for the current distribution network to know where exactly the grid lies, we do not have really good visualization of off-grid off-grid energy supply options like solar rooftops. So we've been able to use AI and high-resolution satellite images to be able to detect this current at very high resolution, above I think 94%, where the current solar rooftops are, and map this data set also into the EAE to be able to support energy planners as well. So I think, so in terms of some of the lessons learned, GIS data is quite essential in terms of energy planning, and using multi-criteria analysis, you can be able to tailor your analysis and come up with high, to be able to support various policy makers to identify specific solutions that are viable and effective. And the EAE also provides this centralized platform as one of the open source tools to put together these data sets and empower various decision makers, stakeholders as well. And also incorporating list cost analysis and affordability metrics into the energy planning also is very essential as well. So in terms of recommendations, we recommend we need to invest more in terms of data collection and capacity building for various stakeholders, in terms of using spatial data to make informed decisions. The methodology we used with regards to county energy planning in Narok, Makueni can be replicable across the various counties that do not have energy plans. And we can also use these county energy plans to inform the integrated national energy plans, as well as the county integrated development plans as well. Yeah, so I think there's also need to involve more stakeholders in terms, including the DFIs, private sector, to be able to use these particular platforms and tools to make also their own decisions in terms of investing in energy solutions. Then very lastly, yeah, so we are a research organization, and one of the things we are really we're really excited about is new knowledge, yeah, and this is one of the publications that was launched earlier this year on how we applied GIS in subnational energy planning in Kenya. So it's a form of publication that is a practice note, so can be used to sort of document experiences learned from implementing a certain project in a given location. So in case you'd like to know the process that we used while applying EAE in national and subnational energy planning in Kenya, you can just go through, search this, and you should be able to get an understanding of how you can be able to apply the same. Yeah, so thanks a lot, and it's been great talking to you guys.
Thank you very much, Douglas. The only reason I gave you a few minutes is because you're the newest dad in town. So for the next speaker, this does not apply. Next on stage is Brian Manyumba from Zindua School. He's a data scientist and technical writer. Bwana Brian, karibu.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. Mko salama? You're doing good? That's nice. So I am Brian Kaimanyumba. I'm a data scientist by profession. I'm also the lead for the Open Source Community Africa chapter here in Nairobi, Kenya. I'll be talking more about what we do at OSCAR, Open Source Community Africa. We call it OSCAR, and also be talking more on my experiences as a data scientist and also what I've been doing in open source. I also work closely with GitHub. I'm a GitHub campus expert trying to empower communities in the open source world all across Kenya. I've traveled to different institutions around Kenya, so I have quite a bit to share with you when it comes to open source communities in building energy access solutions. So that's pretty much about me. So yeah, what is OSCAR? So OSCAR, we are a community of we are a vibrant community that empowers and brings together open source lovers like you. That means you don't have to be a developer. You don't have to be a data scientist like me. You can just be someone who loves open source and experts within and across Africa. We have over 36 chapters in Africa, from Mauritius to Busurubi in Nigeria to all different parts of Africa. And our aim is to increase the rate of credible contributions by African software developers, designers, writers, and everyone involved in the sphere of technology to open source projects, both locally and globally. So if you're in this room and you are not maybe a developer, you are not a designer, you're not a writer, we also welcome everyone involved in the sphere of technology. So you can be a hardware specialist, you can be anyone. So what I love about open source community, as Sarah was talking about what she does at Strathmore, she mentioned something that she now takes a screenshot of the bug she faces and sends it to someone. So open source has given her a community, not just a tool that when it's closed source, you can't really use it, you don't have a community to work with. But now with open source, you have this vibrant community you can go to, ask questions, and do all that. So why does open source matter? When Rebecca was speaking, she mentioned that Africa capacity to make things happen. So that's what we want to do. We want to build, our goal is to build the next billion creators. So you've seen that the notion in Africa is that most people come to use open source only because they want to build their careers. But we want to change this. We want to enable developers, designers, writers, and everyone in the open source sphere to be able to create open source solutions. So you now want to build the next billion creators of open source in the whole world, and specifically coming from Africa. So we've seen already what we've been talking about here today. We've seen the impact that open source have had all across, even from the tour that we'll be going to that's happening in Makueni. You've seen that the county government has been able to save up to $55,000 just on using open source technologies. So that's why open source matters and why it matters specifically to folks in the energy industry. So it has been able to offer economical development, access to digital resources, and innovation. And in the past 5 years, in the past 7 years, we've been able to use the power of community at OSCAR to be able to drive this innovation, growth, and different impacts that we've seen in different countries in Africa through open source. So now, how can the energy sector participate exactly with building open source and empowering open source developer all across? So which open source software do you use? We've seen that many tools have been mentioned. I love that when Vivian was speaking, he mentioned a lot of tools in open source that you're able to see them and able to see that all these tools, you probably use them. So which one do you use? Then you can now contribute back to this tool. So you've seen that even when Sarah was speaking, she mentioned something like capacity building to different folks who now are able to use these tools. So contribute back through people infrastructure. This now involves things like capacity building, training more people to use this tool, and then funding these open source tools that are able to power you as an organization, and then recruitment of talent and incentive. We have amazing developers, as we heard from the government personnel from Nigeria. They're able to go and pick someone from the CBK, the Central Bank of Kenya, but now in Nigeria, and have them in there. So such things like recruitment of talent and then incentive to these folks really help in pushing open source forward. And then now we have released open source software to the public through mentorship programs. And I really love that the Open Source in Energy Access Symposium this year has a hackathon. So now these tools are being able to be released to the community. The community can now contribute back to these tools. They are seeing how they can build using the tools, solving local problems that matter to them personally. For example, I saw one of the problems was they're now trying to integrate M-Pesa as a payment method into the tool. We mostly use M-Pesa as Kenyans, and this will really matter to us. And then also incentives and also encourage contributions from the OSS community. So the role the community plays in building open source. For example, you've seen localization of open source solutions. So we have Francophone countries in Africa, and I've been to Francophone countries myself where like even communication, yes, they can communicate in English, but if you want to add depth into what they're saying, having them speak in the language that matters, that is really close to home, really makes sense to them. So localizing these open source communities is able to like bridge all these socioeconomic, infrastructural, and cultural issues we encounter when building across the continent, even you yourself when building and using the tools. And then advocacy and policy adoption. It's really good that we're seeing the government even in this symposium today. So the promotion of open source policies and the acceptance in both governmental and organizational levels have shaped the choices and will continue to shape the choices and support that we see and we are getting and advancing this utilization of open source software in different folks. We've seen even this in some of the rural electrification programs in Kenya. But now, how will you measure success? We talk about how you're using it. So how will you measure success and say that, okay, open source open source matters to you? This is really important when you're seeking funding. You want now to fund your project back. You want to keep building on it. So you need to show that using this tool has helped you make these steps. And then, so we can do this by tracking metrics of your participation and in your open source project. So who has been participating in your project? Mentioning things like you've had 56 individuals participating in your project, 3 of them from Nigeria, 4 from Kenya, 6 from Senegal, 5 from Sierra Leone, 7 from, let's say, another continent. All these sub-Saharan African continents now really says that, okay, now maybe we should now take the Open Source Energy Access Symposium, let's say to Senegal next year or to Botswana next year, because now we have these people there and you've seen that we are making impact with those individuals in those countries. And then through surveys and audits, probably even after this conference, you're going to be asked to fill a short feedback form about how you've done and how let's say, how has your experience been with these tools. And probably you can even get this feedback from issues on GitHub, like what people submit and what really matters to them can show you that, oh, okay, this is really important to me as an individual to look at. And also like audits, if maybe an organization, you perform audits. So getting feedback specifically on open source and how have people been using your tools in the open source world, and auditing this will really make much more sense. So what are some of the communities you can engage with in Sub-Saharan Africa? So we have Open Source Community Africa Nairobi here in Nairobi itself. So we are a community of vibrant developers, as I've said. And then you have other Open Source Community Africa chapters across Africa. I've mentioned you have over 30 plus communities in Africa itself. And we are not the only open source community. We have different open source communities. We have the Python community. We've seen like the Kubernetes communities, all these other amazing communities in the open source world. We have the Chaos Project Africa, which is community health analytics in open source software, which I am part of myself. I lead a working group on diversity, equity, and inclusion, where we try to make sure that everyone is included. So including all these open source communities and chapters all across Africa can help you push your impact further. From the presentation, you've seen that only 39% of folks in the energy industry know about open source innovation. So all these others that are leaving out also need to become on board. And they can come on board through communities like Open Source Community Africa and all the other communities that we're going to be looking at. We are planning to host an event as Open Source Community Africa, and being here has really opened my heart. I'm probably going to have a conversation with most of you on how we can include all of you in some of the events we even have ourselves to bring this impact even more to the energy industry. So you can join us. You can scan that QR code to join our community. You can also go to Oscar. I think when they remove my picture there, you can go to oscar.org. You can learn more about what we do. We also have a festival that will be happening in Lagos, Nigeria this year. It's Oscar Fest. I'm sure most of you have heard it. If maybe you were in Abuja last year, you heard about Oscar Fest. So we're going to be having amazing talks. I myself will be speaking at the event about how we are building and fine-tuning open source models for local dialects. That's Hausa and Swahili. So all these can then adversely impact the energy industry, and seeing how then we can build together and also move together as the open source industry. So yes, I guess my time is not yet up, but thank you so much for listening to me. It's really nice, and we hope to enjoy the content. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Brian, for keeping time. Thank you very much. Another round of applause for our presenters. I think if you're not a GIS open source expert, I think by now you get the hang of it. At least I am. So we are going to take a short break, 15 minutes, meaning we should be back in this room at 11:15. Coffee will be served, I think, in the room after next. So on this side, that's where coffee will be served. And I mentioned at the beginning that this is a two-day event, but we also actually have a site visit on Friday. For those who have received confirmation, please confirm again with Clara and Newton. Newton is somewhere. Oh, with you. Okay, with Clara, so that she can organize the logistics. So if you had registered, received confirmation, reach out to Clara. If you are thinking of attending and you don't know whether there is space, Clara is the person to engage. Okay, so we meet again in 15 minutes. Thank you and enjoy your break.
There is a lot of open source projects ongoing, and there's a lot of motivation and interest to push this. And we see how it's growing, but still there is missing links between the different actors.
It is the first time ever we convened the open source community working in the energy access space.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the inaugural Open Source in Energy Access Symposium.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be a fine day. This is day one. I'm super excited.
This is a very noble initiative, and REA is very much keen to key into this initiative, and we will definitely make use of this open source, and we will work with you to make sure that we move our developers from being ordinary developers per se to being rescuers.
So why Nigeria? Why did we pick Nigeria for this first symposium? First of all, Nigeria has a big population. It is the #1 country in the world with the most number of people without access to electricity. So This indeed presents an opportunity for adopting open source technology to bridge the energy gap, and this already will bring in big impact.
So the idea here is that the more we have these conversations, the more we look for opportunities to collaborate, the more we bring the ideas together, the more we understand what the challenges are and how governments can support private sector in expanding opportunities for products that solve problems in energy access. And of course, structuring financing that enables the uptake of some of these renewable energy goods and services. That's why this is important.
What I've been doing is I've been structuring the documentation. As you know, in documentation is really important if people would want to use the open source software. So I worked on looking at the current structure of the documentation and looking at how we can refactor it so that it will be usable and readable by the users of the software and implementers of the software.
So Prospect, as an open source platform, of course, contributes to the wider open source community. And for us, it was a great opportunity to financially contribute to the organization of the first symposium, bringing together the open source community and the energy access community. For me, one of the words that I mentioned earlier was opening, because I think having it as the first symposium, bringing the two communities together, it's very much opening of this dialogue.
I think the one word and one key takeaway from this, I would put it in one word, is collaborate more.
There is a lot of open source projects ongoing, and there's a lot of motivation and interest to push this. And we see how it's growing, but still there is missing links between the different actors.
It is the first time ever we convened the open source community working in the energy access space.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the inaugural Open Source in Energy Access Symposium.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be a fine day. This is day one. I'm super excited.
This is a very noble initiative, and REA is very much keen to key into this initiative, and we will definitely make use of this open source, and we will work with you to make sure that we move our developers from being ordinary developers per se to being rescuers.
So why Nigeria? Why did we pick Nigeria for this first symposium? First of all, Nigeria has a big population. It is the #1 country in the world with the most number of people without access to electricity. So this indeed presents an opportunity for adopting open source technology to bridge the energy gap. And this already will bring in big impact.
So the idea here is that the more we have these conversations, the more we look for opportunities to collaborate, the more we bring the ideas together, the more we understand what the challenges are and how governments can support private sector in expanding opportunities for products that solve problems in energy access. And of course, structuring financing that enables the uptake of some of these renewable energy goods and services. That's why this is important.
What I've been doing is I've been structuring the documentation. As you know, in documentation is really important if people would want to use the open source software. So I worked on looking at the current structure of the documentation and looking at how we can refactor it like to be usable and readable by the users of the software and implementers of the software.
So Prospect, as an open source platform, of course, contributes to the wider open source community. And for us, it was a great opportunity to financially contribute to the organization of the first symposium, bringing together the open source community and the energy access community. For me, one of the words that I mentioned earlier was opening, because I think having it as the first symposium, bringing the two communities together, it's very much opening of this dialogue.
I think the one word and one key takeaway from this, I would put it in one word, is collaborate more.
Yes, I'm good.
Remember me really?
Look familiar.
We worked together.
Ted Juma.
Uh,
Are you taking care of moving the people back? Yes.
I think we can.
I mean, there's still people queuing to get food. So, but I mean, maybe in 5 minutes we should make the first announcement. People will come back and then they all will back here. But shall we help you or do you?
Stop second guessing your writing. Trust your writing every time with
If we could go back to the main room, those still having tea and coffee, would like to start in the next 2 minutes. Let's kindly settle down. Hello, can we all settle down and continue the conversations during our break, our next break? I'll start calling names. George. Let's sit down kindly. Sarah. If I know your name, you're in trouble. Victor. Yeah, I think we can continue. I'll invite Daniel Mons to make the great hackathon announcement.
Hello. Yeah. Hello, everyone. Sorry to be the one to interrupt the coffee break and get you back into the tables. Just very quick note from me. So we're going to start the hackathon now. It was announced like this will be ongoing throughout the event. 2 days. We have a separate room, which is on the other side. It's called Venus, I think. Yeah. So those of you who are interested in the hackathon, or even if you're undecided, please welcome us in the other room. Even like today, like now, we're going to present all the topics that are available, discuss them, find people who are interested to work in them. Feel free to drop by anytime, even later today, to check if there's anything you like. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah, opposite side of here, starting in like, realistically 5 minutes. And all of you who are like topic owners who have like want to present a topic or have proposed a topic, please also come to the room now so we can talk about your topic. Yep, that's it. Rest of you, have a nice event. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel, for that brief introduction. So for those who are participating in the hackathon, the room is Venus, which is right opposite this entrance. I think on your right, you can move to that room. And for those who are staying here in the main room, we'll have workshop, panel session, where we're going to be discussing how to advance Vision 300 using open source tools. So I would like to invite Victoire, who is the moderator for the panel, on stage, and the panelists, Anderson Chembe from WRI, Martha from OET, Benson, Office of Special Envoy. He's going to introduce himself further. John Nyawa and Victor Okinda, kindly come to the stage. Oh, yeah. Okay.
It's not working? It's not working. Maybe I... Who's missing?
Just press it.
Oh.
So,
Who's missing? Someone missing?
No, John, yeah, yes.
Yes, if you would like to move closer to the stage so that you can see us and participate and maybe hear us better, then feel free.
Holding this so that they share their mic since they're a bit few. We can hold. You want me to hold this? Would it be okay? Okay.
Okay, that's fine. Oh, so this is I'm sharing.
Okay, so a warm welcome again. Maybe some people have joined since I last spoke. And yeah, warm welcome to you as well. And thank you for joining us today. We will be discussing how we can advance Mission 300 using open source technology. I'm delighted to be moderating this panel over the next hour. And for those of you who I've not met already, I'd like to introduce myself again. My name is Victoire Kaoli Gottlieb, and I work with GetInvest, where I'm currently supporting the incubation of the Prospect platform. Prospect is an open source data collection aggregation platform developed by the Access to Energy Institute in Berlin to facilitate digital monitoring, reporting, and verification across energy access. It's addressed or it caters for public and the private sector. And now on to our 5 speakers today, whom I'd like to thank very much for joining us. This panel is particularly interesting because of the respective diverse backgrounds and focal points. And I'd like to give you each the floor to introduce yourselves, starting with Martha.
Okay, hello. Yeah, hi, so my name's Martha. I have been working for a very long time with Tom Brown, who is more or less the father of the PIPESA ecosystem. So he's a professor at the TU Berlin and created the PIPESA ecosystem, like an open source energy system modeling tool. And after graduating with my PhD with him, I saw like all of those great PhD students leaving into industry, some of them working for proprietary solution providers. And we were thinking like, hey, like we need those guys in the open source ecosystem. So I founded together with 2 colleagues, Open Energy Transition, which is a nonprofit organization focusing on software development to keep all those great talents in the open source domain and help maintain and further develop those tools, and also provide reliable industry support for open source tools, because system operators, regulators, they need to have like a reliable partner for those solutions. And with open source, it's great that you can get the support directly from us, for instance, but also open source offers the opportunity to, of course, like just have regular consultancies pick up those tools as people adopt them more and more. So you have like a very rich variety of industrial support available.
On to you, Anderson.
Thank you. My name is Anderson Goa. I have a background in financial risk management, particularly from Strathmore University. I now work as a finance associate in the Energy Access program at WRI Africa. My role entails influencing the flow of finance, both international and local finance, especially from local financial institutions, that's commercial banks and microfinance institutions, and channeling that towards renewable energy interventions. So I'm looking forward to a great discussion. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm John Nyawa. I work for AMDA. AMDA is Africa Mini Grid Developers Association. Basically, as AMDA, we support Mini Grid Developers Association in doing 4 key things. One is research, data, and standards to support in policy advocacy across sub-Saharan Africa. Two is support them raise affordable long-term patient capital to scale up the initiatives. The third key thing is support in sectoral advocacy with regulations bit, working with different governments across sub-Saharan Africa. So I'm really pleased to be here, looking forward to how best we're going to utilize open source or how open source can support us achieve Mission 300. Thank you.
Pleased to have you, John.
Hi, everyone. My name is Victor Kinda. My background is power systems engineering, but I've been also a project developer, so working for quite some time, with Energy Access, power projects, etc. Right now, I work with the Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet, GEAP, and GEAP is an alliance of global actors whose primary role is to end energy poverty. So we are a co-partner in the M300 initiative, and at GEAP, I lead the data and innovation portfolio.
Thank you, Victor.
Hi, everybody. Good morning.
Good morning.
Or is it afternoon already? Very good. So my name is Benson Ireri. I recently left WRI at the end of April. So I know this work, I think, that you're speaking about here for so long. We did this work in terms of energy planning for 6.5 years, leading the Energy Access work for Africa. But then I crossed over to Clean Cooking Alliance, stroke Office of the President in Kenya, under the Special Envoy for Climate Change, where I'm heading the Clean Cooking Delivery Unit, which is basically looking at how can we be able to elevate the conversation around clean cooking and the urgency for achieving clean cooking at the highest level. The president has clear mandate and ambitions to deliver universal access to clean cooking by 2028, which therefore means that there's a lot that needs to be done by all the stakeholders in the space. And I think with that interest for him to be able to elevate clean cooking, then there was seen a need to establish a delivery unit that would be seated at the top political level in a way then it can be able to help in terms of enhancing coordination between different stakeholders, ministries, non-government organization, private sector actors, but at the same time, again, how do we unlock finance and investment at scale for clean cooking? So that's what I'm excited to have just started to lead that assignment. My background is in development economics and also energy economics and finance. Yeah.
Thank you. And now I'd actually like to address the audience a little bit to find out who is here today. And I would like to ask you to raise your hands if you are from the private sector. Thank you. And if you're from the public sector. Sorry? Yes, yes. Thank you. And then non-governmental organizations. Very interesting. So that's the biggest representation here today. Good that you're all here, and thanks for joining us again. We've all come together to discuss how can open source technology advance M300? And I think the key question here is what existing solutions can be leveraged and what new solutions can be created. As Vivian said earlier, let's not try and reinvent the wheel. Let's try and use existing solutions, but then let's also try and assess what the gaps are and what new solutions can be created. We have roughly an hour, although I think we've already passed a little bit of that. But let's try and make this as interactive as possible. The idea is that I'll be asking questions, individual questions, and after every answer, you'll have a chance to ask some questions or just pass some comments. And yeah. We would like to take some notes as well, because as Dimitrios suggested, we would quite like to come up with a proposal to M300 with some of the ideas that we come up with today. So before we get started, I'd like to give a little bit of background to M300. M300 was recently launched by the African Development Bank and by the World Bank with one goal: to connect 300 million people in sub-Saharan Africa by 2030. So less than 5 years from now. In particular, the focus is to expand access to reliable, affordable, and sustainable electricity through grid expansion and off-grid solutions like mini-grids. The relevance of open source technology in the rollout of this important mission, I believe, is key. Open source technology has been proven to be hugely beneficial, not only in terms of its agility, cost effectiveness, interoperability, but also in terms of its scalability, which I think is really important, the aspect of scalability, because if we think about what happens beyond 2030, I think it would be quite interesting to think that we would be laying a foundation in terms of technology over the next 5 years that could then be scaled thereafter, because there will still be people without electricity beyond 2030. So let's get started with our questions for today, starting with Martha. How can open source standards be designed to ensure interoperability across different energy modeling tools, particularly in rural and off-grid contexts where technical support may be limited?
Yeah, so maybe before we talk about a very detailed question about interoperability, we should think about why even think about interoperability. So energy system planning is something that is used by a big variety of people from different sectors, as we've seen here. Like there is policymakers, researchers, system operators, investors, and therefore better planning means just making sure that every small amount of money that we spend for planning has a huge multiplier effect in the investment and later that we do. So basically having good, really reliable planning tools can create massive value later on when we actually implement the system that we have created. So the question is, does better interoperability mean better planning so that we can unlock this value that we can create through small investments in the planning and then huge multi-million projects that I've heard already about later. So how can we get to better planning? It has to be faster, it has to create better insights, it has to be robust, it has a massive potential for innovation and is accessible. So the purpose of interoperability that we see is, first of all, robustness. So if we have a lot of different planning tools, either in the open source domain, we use a lot PIPESA, but there's Osmosis and other open source tools, Calliope, and many, many more, but also proprietary tools, Plexus. That means that we can go from one model to another model without a big hustle of like downloading the data in one model and then implementing it into the next one. So that we can show easily, we can get to the same results within the different modeling tools. So therefore the value here is trusting the results that we see. So is it really worth spending 500 million in some project and do all of those different tools that everyone advertises as the best tool show the same result, that this is really a project worth investing in? And it therefore also builds confidence. Second purpose of interoperability is tool switching. So we can easily switch to the tools that is best designed for a certain purpose. So for instance, one tool is really, really good in capacity expansion modeling. Another tool is really, really good in power flow modeling or generation estimation. So we can really easily select the best tool to do this, what we want to do with a certain task, and are not stick or bound to one. And interoperability, again, allows us to go from the tool, from the capacity expansion to the production cost or to the power flow model to see, okay, this model shows a great potential in generation, and this also shows, okay, we need for this new transmission line here. And that allows us integrated planning. So integrated planning is exactly done like this. So you start with a very highly detailed model, production cost model, then go into expansion, capacity expansion, see, okay, where is new capacity needed? And then you go back to production cost to see, okay, is now electricity really reliable at the local level? Is it accessible, etc.? So you cannot see this in a capacity expansion model because of the simplified nature of that. And what are the challenges and what standards do we need to get there? So first, we need common data standards. So different models need different resolutions. So we can have like a very coarse resolution for capacity expansion, but a very detailed model for the production cost modeling, for instance. Or some models require transmission grid information. So we need, even in those simplified models, to somehow have access to the highly resolved model data quality so that we can easily go back to a more detailed model. And very often this information is just ignored and just aggregated, and we cannot that easily go back to the different models. So this interoperability layer needs to either develop really good heuristics to disaggregate them, or we just create the standards directly in all of those models that we always have access to the highly resolved information. What we also need is modular designs. So to go from one, so that we can really use the models for those parts that they are really, really good in. So sometimes a model always runs the whole workflow, running the capacity expansion power flow and everything at the same time. But sometimes we need only one small aspect, for instance, the power flow, and we don't care about the whole capacity expansion. So we need to have the models designed such that we can only run the power flow simulation and not the capacity expansion, for example. So that has to be really modular so that we can really use all those tools where they are best designed for. And finally, all of them have to be offline ready. So not everyone has access to a stable internet connection where you have to download like multiple hundreds of gigabytes of data to run the model. So it has to be possible to run it also offline, remotely, without having a good internet connection. And that's not only because of rural areas, but actually also transmission system operators sometimes want to use private data because they have that available, and they cannot just host it online to run the model. So it has to be also offline ready for a second reason, which is the data security reason. So this interoperability layer has to be also such that we can integrate offline data and run the model even without a stable internet connection. I think that's the major points that I wanted to mention here. Of course, there's many, many more when we speak about interoperability, but the most important thing is, of course, the creation of value, and value is only created if we can actually use those tools.
Couldn't agree more with you. Thank you very much, Martha. I would like to invite comments, questions from either the other panelists or from the audience. If you have anything to say, please raise your hand or stand up. And if there's any comments from the panel, feel free to share. Nothing for now. Good. Thank you very much, Martha. And now on to Victor. Victor, how can open source technologies bridge the information gaps between public policy planning and private sector implementation to accelerate energy access under the M300 objectives?
Yeah, thanks. I think first to address that, I'm going to unpack this into, 3 areas. So first to start with, just to understand the challenge. So in today's systems, we have a situation where, private sector and, public policy planning is not really reading from the same script some of the time. So there is a data gap. Let me say, they don't view risk in the same way. They don't view opportunities in the same way. And open source technologies, tools, data present an opportunity to address that gap. So for the second part, thinking about how this can actually happen, I think it's very important that, the entire sector, we move rapidly towards open source technologies for 3 main reasons. And my colleague has said one very important one, but the other 3 reasons, one is transparency. I think, having a trusted source of data that, everybody knows we can look up data from that position or from this point or from that point, it helps to bridge or solve part of this challenge where government trusts the data, government owns the data. The tools that are developed to manipulate the data are openly maintained. Everybody knows what's going on underneath the hood. It becomes very easy to maintain. It becomes hopefully used and valuable. And then the other important thing is standardization. And this is to the point my colleague was speaking about. So standardization is part of the process to get into interoperability, which is basically the main way to unlock the value of developing open source systems. Then lastly, which is a key angle through which my organization works, and that's collaboration. We find that it is incredibly easier to work with people if you have a common view and a common understanding. M300 is a very great opportunity now, given that there's a common mission. A lot of players are lining up behind this mission. And I think, having publicly accessible data sets, publicly accessible tools to help us understand the opportunity, to help us drive the mission forward, no better time. Then the last part is, thinking about how we actually create this shared evidence base. And well, there are many ways. So I'm not reading the gospel here, but I think first, we have lots of tools that are out there today that we should try as much as possible to use, especially open source tools. You mentioned Prospect. GIAP, for instance, is moving its data infrastructure to Prospect so that in the coming future it's easier for us to essentially speak the same language with everyone else who's already using Prospect, and there's a lot of people behind Prospect already. Then the other point is with still with coordinated planning. We should do more of joint strategizing. So if we want to solve a particular problem, bringing all the players across the board, to the table to work on the problem. What we've seen in the past is, certain players have typically or sometimes been left behind. So, for example, academia. So you have, public policy, you have private sector, but they're not really working together to solving, the imminent problems. So joint strategy, joint working groups, that's already going on with M300, but at the very top level to set the agenda. I think below that as well, we should be, doing lots of joint coordinations to, figure out exactly how we address the challenges, how we solve the problems. I'm going to jump to the last one, which is on transparency. And that's a key strength that open source tools, open source data sets bring to the table. And it's essentially addresses the big gap that we started with. If all actors know and are confident in the data, in the analysis approaches, in the outcome of analysis, then we've essentially solved the big problem of reading from different scripts while trying to meet the same objective.
Thank you so much. A couple of points that I've noted. The first one is around collaboration at a lower level, which I definitely agree with. I think people should be coming together to discuss things like data standardization. And the question is, how can that come about? How can we get people to collaborate, including with academia? Do you have any thoughts about that?
Yeah, so, and this is work in progress, but so GIAP has, basically put something like, $300 or $400 million in interventions around energy access to date. And we are starting to build a wealth of data behind that. And I think one of the areas of collaboration is on, what can we do together around that data? For example, when I think of academia, I'm thinking of essentially crowdsourcing analysis. So we have in the public sector, in the private sector, one of the challenges is when you do particular analysis, you're doing it with a very specific objective. But your data set could actually allow you to uncover way more insights than you are immediately interested in.
Mm-hmm.
And where do we have all that brain power? It's mostly sitting in academia, and academia has, in a lot of ways, not been. They've not gotten easy access to these data sets unless they are openly published. So openly publishing. So openly publishing is the first step. Then that's like the invitation to, okay, fine, you can come and look at this from a different lens. And that helps to build transparency in general.
Thank you very much. That begs another question for me, but I don't think we have time now. The big topic around data security and personal identifiable information and things like that. But maybe we can discuss that another time or in smaller groups. I'd like to ask the audience if there is any questions as well. If so, feel free to stand up. Otherwise, we would move on to the next question. I can't see anyone, so you, okay.
Just a comment to add on. AMDA, it has a department, Research, Data and Standards, that is working on standardization in the sector to ensure that we have credible data that everybody can use to ensure we have effective policies. Amon Mwadime, just seated in front of me, is taking the lead on that. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you for this valuable information. Okay, so moving on to... Oh, I didn't see your hand. Thank you.
We have an extra mic.
Thanks to all panelists. Thanks, Victor, for organizing or coordinating, and to Anderson as well for all the support. A quick question for our friend from the Global Energy Alliance, Victor. Pleasure to meet you in person. Finally, we've been interacting for quite some time. So this is Dimitris from WRI, one of the co-organizers. We'll speak more about the importance of this symposium in a while, but coming to a quick question for you, Victor. Has the Alliance identified specific open source solutions that are going to support Mission 300 and the broader mission or activities of the Alliance? So that's one question. You spoke about Prospect. Are there any other open source solutions that the Alliance is actively supporting or considering to support in the future? And to what extent does this support provided by the Alliance is informed by requests coming from practitioners, whether these are businesses, government agencies, civil society, etc.? And the second question, also to you, Victor, is on academia. I'm really glad you spoke about the important role academia can play, and I'm also glad there is another session focusing on the role of academia in scaling the uptake of open source solutions in the energy access space. Is the Alliance, the Global Energy Alliance, actively investing in strengthening the capacity of local stakeholders through partnerships with academia, local academia? Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Dimitrios. So want to start with the question about the tools. So the example I gave, Prospect, is how we will be managing our internal program data. So it's not, I wouldn't say we have said, like, endorsed this as the tool for M300. I don't think we have that power. But we are very supportive of open source tools. I mean, the list is endless. What we are really trying to do, let me give an example. So we've seen situations. So for example, a while back, we supported the government of Malawi to conduct an IRP. And a year later, they came back to us with a request for follow-on support because the licenses for the tools that were used had expired. So now they have their data sitting behind a paywall that they do not have access to. So that's definitely not a good situation or a good scenario. Rallying behind open source technologies at this stage is with the hope that others can join us, and with the hope that the industry as a whole can find ways to. We talk about it in 3 layers. So data, open source or openly accessible data, tools, open source tools, lots of advantages there, publicly maintained. It's easy to carry the baton if, development, if one organization stops funding development or something like that. And it's very, what's happening underneath there. And then people, capacity. That's the other important thing. If we have the first 2 in place, but, our statistical officers at country level, are not empowered enough and do not have the capacity to, keep data fresh, then it's not that important. So we look at it from those 3 points of view. So to answer your last question, strengthening local capacity is very much part of how we view the whole data conversation. There's no particular tool, but broadly, we are rallying behind open source tools. We are hoping for a day when there can be broad interoperability, when tools speak to each other, not just in energy access, but across all our areas of interest. Yep.
Thank you so much. Okay, we have another question.
Okay, so I'm not sure if you need to see me, so I go here.
Well, we can see.
Okay, so now sitting here. So hello to the online world. I'm Philip from Rainer-Lemont Institute in Berlin, Germany. So we're working since 2011 on developing open source solutions. And my question is, like, for the stakeholders, like, how important is it really that it is open source? So who's really working in the back end of the tools, or is it rather this open access? And I would even take it further and maybe be a bit provocative. So if you think about Prospect now, is it that you, and so now I'm going for Chiab again, but everyone else can also reply and also in the room, because Prospect is very prominently featured here. So are you really working, implementing Prospect on your own, or are you still hiring external resources to do that? And are you rather accessing it via, as a user with a graphical user interface and so on? So I want to put this here that we critically reflect on how important is it that the entire code is open source? And is it only the fee which poses a barrier, or is it understanding this code? Just from painful personal experience, even within our working group in the institute, we have issues on working in the open source tools we developed on our own because someone wrote a code and then, you need to understand it. So, is the fee the entrance barrier, or is it rather like really working with the tool? And how can we address this to make more people using open source tools without being still reliant on the initial developer? So then it's also kind of a license you need to pay. It's just the knowledge. Okay, so long story short, how do you really use the open source tools?
Thank you, Philip. Is there someone who wants to answer the question in the panel?
Oh, I'll give it a shot, then pass it on. So at least from our perspective, when we deployed Prospect, what we did was, so the nature of the license is that if you do any improvements to it, they are then released publicly to everyone else. So GAP will pay for a bunch of new features, new integrations mostly to Prospect to fit our current use cases, but then those become publicly available to everyone else who would like to use those same connections going forward. So that's the massive advantage here of, being quote unquote efficient with capital. And on the question on, whether it can be a mix of open source, closed source, and whether the fee is the real barrier, I can only partially comment on that. I would really love to hear more comments from my co-panelists here or from the audience. But I've seen several instances where indeed the fee is the barrier, but also, something that's closed source, it is very difficult to, know what's going on behind it. So if you're talking about reliance on the core developer, I think with closed source solutions, you're definitely locked in. If the core developer, abandons the project, then that's it. Unless people are willing to work backwards, reverse engineer, and release something open source, that's really it. But if the code is openly available, there are ways to restart projects. If it was a funding issue, down the line, maybe a new group, new funder is interested, there's a starting point. So we think generally for this sector, there's a lot of promise behind open source technologies.
If I may just quickly add as well, although I'm moderating the panel, so I'm not here to talk about Prospect, but we can talk separately or bilaterally about Prospect. I think the value add of Prospect is also the potential for scaling it, right? So replicability, and then the shifting the value creation from a kind of closed source provider to potentially in-house or within A2EI, which, as Victor then mentioned, once the product or the customization has been created, it then becomes accessible to everybody else as well. So that's something that I wanted to add as well. I think we need to move to the next question because of time as well. So Anderson, how can open source geospatial tools and data help optimize the deployment of investments and efficient resource allocation towards the most underserved populations within the M300 scope?
Thank you for that question. Thank you for that question. So I think there's a very bold ambition here. So when you're trying to, electrify 300 million people by 2030, we need to fast track that. And the only way to do that is using data. So data is the only equalizer in this race for us to ensure that 300 million people access electricity. Also, given the new developments in terms of over 600 million people in Africa are still unelectrified. So for us to actually ensure that finance interlinks to open source tools, financials would ideally require data that is centralized. So financials, and finance here, I mean across two aspects. So one, on finance at the large scale level, at the infrastructure level, where the mini-grid developers and other off-grid technology developers will require to access finance to implement those projects. And then there's also another level of finance to the end users who, without the affordability, they really will not be able to access that electricity. So looking at finance in those aspects, financiers, this is the likes of commercial banks, microfinance institutions at the second level, that's the end user level, will require some level of data. Same with large capital providers. They will require data either in assessing where exactly are these populations that are unserved, or secondly, what sort of technologies will be ideal for these rural unelectrified populations. So data is really problem with the mic, but I can be audible enough. Yeah, so data is really central, and that interlinkage between the data itself and finance cannot really happen if we also don't think about what we term as the productive uses of energy. So in as much as we need to ensure that finance is scalable across these two layers that I just talked about, access to energy in itself will not make the cut. So as WRI, we've been really at the forefront of ensuring that we are using our Energy Access Explorer as a tool that can connect financiers to productive use of renewable energy projects in a bid to ensure that most of these technologies that are out there are well invested in. One of the major successes that has come out of it is, I know my colleague Douglas presented this. So we have mapped out productive use of renewable energy opportunities in remote settings in 5 counties in Kenya. We've done this in Uganda and Tanzania as well. And we are linking these projects to financials. All these projects have been incorporated into the Energy Access Explorer. But also one of the biggest success from all this process was Makueni County as one of the subnational energy governments where we've used the Energy Access Explorer to develop their county energy plan, document the investment prospectus, and also do some modeling around energy demand assessment. They were able to unlock their own public funding just from this process of using, Energy Access Explorer as the online tool to be able to solarize their healthcare facility. And this is not just single use case. But maybe just to pinpoint why this is really a success is just from the demand assessment of the Energy Access Explorer alone, the Makueni County government was able to install a 200 kilowatt peak solar system for their biggest hospital. They've been able to also save $55,000 annually in terms of electricity cost. So that is just to say that there's really strong linkage between open source tools, that's data, and how that influences capital allocation. There's also another example around the Africa Leveraging Energy Access Framework. That is a program from the African Development Bank. We have actually engaged with the African Development Bank, and one of the things that is coming out in ensuring that open source tools can deliver on the Mission 300 is to catalyze private investment. So public funding cannot just do this by itself. We really need to catalyze private investments from local commercial banks, from local development finance institutions. All that can be done through the Energy Access Explorer. Lastly, EAE can actually also be used as a zero-cost risk mitigation tool. And here is why. Most financiers would ideally require some sort of due diligence to be able to invest in a particular project, whether it's a mini-grid project or any project. But EAE is actually the first step to conduct that due diligence process. It shortens that process, and financiers would ideally just look at the data attributes that are in the EAE, whatever interest that is of them. For example, if you're interested in electrifying people beyond 600, for example, 600,000 within a particular geography, EAE is able to tell you that. So that shortened process of due diligence can be used by EAE. And one example that I can give for that is a project that using the World Bank project, which EAE actually informed the design of results-based financing framework. That's the ADEL project in Ethiopia. And EAE informed that design to actually prioritize over 19 million people to be electrified using off-grid technologies. And out of that, 145 Woredas actually the county equivalents in Ethiopia. Using that geography and the impact that comes out of it, we can actually use EAE as a linkage to shorten that due diligence process. So I'd like to pause there, pass it back to you, Victor.
Thank you so much. And I find that so encouraging to hear that a tool like EAE can shorten a due diligence process, because we all know that due diligence processes can be very, very long and costly. So any questions from the audience to Anderson? I see there's a hand up here.
Thank you. I think that's quite, thank you. I think I study. Thank you. I think that's elaborate. My name is Howie. I head a small organization deploying internet for underserved communities in the village. The reason why I'm asking this is because most of the time we look at the front end of energy and we forget about the back end. And we forget the bottom of the pyramid. Why am I asking this? When you measure how many blackouts, how many transformers are down, how many people who have gone, like today in the morning, I was able to get statistics. There's a village in Busia, which for the last 6 months has not had electricity because of transfer. So as you're looking at the energy plan, we need to look at the women, the young people who are selling small scale products. So when you're looking about finance, are we talking about finance? Because what you're talking about is more governmental, which you're looking at when you're talking about public participation does not trickle down. Because if you're talking about Makueni, where in Makueni we pinpoint how many schools are benefiting from this, how many people, how many women have been transformed, how many businesses have been touched. I'm saying this because I've deployed internet in 15 schools, and the biggest cost that I'm fighting each and every day is energy, and that's why I'm here. What is the solution? And like the way I can borrow M-Pesa from Fuliza, that a common mwananchi or a citizen can be able to even finance that, so that you give me a loan, I purchase it, and I pay back. So that we don't look at the linear, because I'm looking at what we are still concentrated more on the linear way. So we have, and I want someone to give me statistics and go around the country. How many breakdowns have we had in, and do we have any alternatives? Personally, I've invested in solar. It has become very expensive. I've used almost close to 250,000. Thank you so much. Sorry for, but I wanted to ask, who is this person you're talking about? Who is this energy that you are? If you're talking about open source, who is the user? So I know you're talking about government, but I want to hear about the people. I want to hear about the citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Howie. Do we have any comments and responses from the panel for Howie here? Okay, we've got two, yeah.
You can go first.
Okay. No, this is a perfect question you're asking, Howie, and I think I will tackle in two parts. So energy for what? as you correctly asked. And I think one of the biggest challenge with the linear approach that you're referring to was this model of providing energy generally to everybody. And of course, by 2030, we need to electrify everybody as per the targets, right? But I think the question that you're asking is on the sustainability of that model and how it can be scaled. And I think that, for me, links with the point that Anderson was making on the productive use, which I think is a conversation that WRI, now I'm speaking wearing my former hat in WRI, was a conversation that we had started, that instead of just doing general, and it's because of exactly what you're asking, we saw so many households that had been connected to electricity, but then beyond that initial connection, they actually never used electricity beyond there. Forget about even the transformer not working. It's actually even the affordability of power itself. And hence, that's how now we started thinking, how do we flip this conversation so that it doesn't become a general energy access conversation for the sake of it, because we've seen that poor households are not in a position to pay. But then this energy can actually be used productively in a way, then households or communities can be in a position to then generate more income, and hence a conversation around the productive use of renewable energy. And I think where your thesis is coming to is, how do we amplify this conversation about even places where the connection has been done? How can we be able to enhance or promote the productive use of that electricity in a way then households can be able to generate more income and be in a position to pay? I guess for me, that's number one. The second part of the question, in the communities, I think for me would be quite critical, so that then the focus is not so much about open source just being for governments. Government is very important, of course, right? But I think the private sector, the MDBs of this world, the rest, I think they can also make use of the open source platforms as well.
Thank you. I'm going to have to cut it short because we're running out of time, I'm afraid. But maybe you can talk bilaterally later to answer the question further. Okay, I'd like to move to the next question, which is to John. How can open source solutions help create more standardized regulatory frameworks that would enable faster deployment of mini grids across different African countries to support M300's objectives?
Okay, over time, mini grids have been known to be affordable, reliable, and scalable. Therefore, different people across the globe are adopting mini grids to see how best we can electrify the 576 million people living without electricity in sub-Saharan Africa. But the problem is, everybody in this sector works in silos. Therefore, we have data gaps which affect the regulations in all countries across sub-Saharan Africa. To do this, I'll be basing my discussion on three key things. One, data sharing and analytics. Different people or different organizations in this sector cannot attest to where we have demand for electricity, because everybody is working with that data, holding it on their own. Like the question that was just asked, most of us work in silos. With what we have, we keep it for ourselves. In that effect, most people do not know what's going on. People have an issue with, not people, but sector players have an issue with data sharing. I'm not just saying private, I'm saying even the government. If today you are doing a study and you request for government data, you're going to face it rough. I remember we were doing a study some time back and we waited for 6 months before we got a response. That is with much follow-ups. So data sharing is very key. We therefore have to work together, all players in this sector, put data together, conduct analysis, assess demand, say here, this is where we need this. Jude, who is seated there as CEO REI Cameroon, will tell you most people are hiding this data and in the long run, it's affecting them because these policies are not made effectively. But if everybody would be sharing data, explain to the public that if you adopt PUE appliances, you're going to make it more affordable, and everybody has the statistics, it's going to attract donors. It's going to attract private investors. Today, everybody will say access to funding is the biggest challenge that developers face, and it's true. This is because everybody is hiding the data and investors do not have data. Nobody can put money where they don't have a clear picture of what the future is going to hold. So if we start with data sharing and analytics, do analysis as open source, we partner with different organizations, do analysis, share data, it's going to support policy formulation in the country. The second point, I will speak about standardization. Different organizations have different data collection templates. We end up having 10 reports, but these reports we have in the sector, you cannot compare what so-and-so said versus what, because everybody is having their own metrics, which is making it, again, very difficult for governments to do policies. At AMDA, we have partnered with different organizations such as AFUR to have a tariff tool, a standardized tariff tool. This is just to support mini-grid developers and governments across sub-Saharan Africa to see how best we can set tariffs that effectively support developers and support the governments to ensure we achieve M300. Different countries have started adopting it. Nigeria is one, Togo, Liberia, Zimbabwe, they're adopting it, which is making it easy to do that. Another tool that AMDA is working on with the FUR is mini-grid regulation tool that was launched 3 weeks ago at African Union headquarters, Ethiopia, to just see how best we are going to have regulations that support mini-grid developers move from one country to the other. Today, a mini-grid developer operating in Kenya will have to wait. I'm sorry, EPRA guys, I'm not going to be so soft on you. We'll have to wait for around 6 months before they get a license. But if you go to Zambia, you take 48 hours before you get a license. Where will investors be attracted to? Zambia, right? Yes, because it's predictable. Every year, we have the government coming up with new bills. These bills end up affecting the people. So investors shun away from us because every year we keep changing policies, we keep changing. So there's no predictability in some countries. So we are trying to solve that with that regulation tool. Additionally, we're speaking about licensing. Licensing has become very difficult. It's been a challenge for all developers because you start seeking for license today, I'm telling you, in Kenya, you're going to suffer because you have to visit EPRA almost on a daily basis or the government because not all governments are supportive. We agree that EPRA is working so hard to support us, but then there is conflict between different government organs that is making it hard. The third thing, I'll speak about collaboration between different key stakeholders to see how best we're going to have transparency in the sector. The other day we were in the parliament and the government was saying mini-grid developers are making huge profits. The renewable energy sector players are making huge profits. Therefore, we need to increase more taxation. But that is not the case. Those of us working in the renewable energy sector can all attest it's not a walk in the park. We request for donors to chip in to ensure that this works. We request for government to come in at some point to subsidize. So if we have this, if we all adopt open source, share data more effectively, there's going to be transparency in the sector. Nobody is going to say this is earning more. We are all going to work together, and that will ensure we have standardized regulations across sub-Saharan Africa. To close this, I'll still say our mini grids stand a better chance to electrify the 300 million people at affordable, and they're more reliable. I hope Busia people will not suffer from blackouts if they go the mini grid way. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, there's no time for questions now, I'm afraid. I'm going to have to be strict on timing, but we've got one final question for Benson. So Benson, how can open source approaches be leveraged to overcome adoption barriers for clean cooking solutions, and what cross-sector collaborations would most effectively integrate these solutions into the broader M300 energy access framework?
All right. Thanks a lot, Victor. So before I actually start my comment, just banter for him. I hope we can be able to start integrating clean cooking in the mini grid planning and investment. Yeah, to be very honest with you, which is something that I'm going to be speaking about, I think the approach that you have been taking, and going back to my brother's question, the approach we've been taking again about mini grids, I think now that we've started integrating productive use a lot, I think previously it used to be so much on electricity. Now I would request that we start now looking at clean cooking as a component that can be served within the mini grids. And I really mean that. So again, I think let's have a conversation. Now, how can open source platforms or approaches be used to unlock barriers for clean cooking and the kind of cross-sectoral coordination? I would want to, even before I get there, maybe just frame the problem. So 10, 15 years ago, Kenya, in terms of access to electricity, we were playing at around 25, 30%, thereabouts of the population. 15 years later, we are at around 75, 76, 77, depending with who the source you're looking for the data. How does that look like for clean cooking? I think for clean cooking, the situation is dire. We have only 5 years to the target time for SDGs. And in Kenya, where we've done a lot of progress in as far as electricity access is concerned, when you flip the conversation to look at clean cooking, we only have 30% of the population having access to clean cooking solutions, right? What does that mean in terms of the 70% that is remaining? What does that mean even in terms of environmental, climate change, in terms of health? Because clean cooking is not just about an energy conversation. It's a health, it's environmental, it's everything conversation. And so I guess I wanted to paint that as a background to basically share the picture of the magnitude of the problem and why then we need to accelerate the conversation about universal access to clean cooking and how then open source can be able to help and unlock some of those barriers. I see 3 ways open source can be able to help unlock that. One of them, of course, is making the challenge of clean cooking, poverty, be visible enough. I think Energy Access Explorer now can be in a position to demonstrate very well where do we have populations that are not electrified. Can it be used also to then demonstrate where do we have this significant clean cooking access poverty? And therefore, and I think we are not even going to be starting from scratch. I see an opportunity for building on the platforms that already exist. I mean, when you're speaking about clean cooking, you're talking about electricity part of it, right? And so can we then be able to first start by even where we have the mini grids, and hence the conversation around the mini grid, in terms of then having clean cooking as an addition or as an add-on to the existing mini grid. And number 2, even from an electricity point of view, again, there's a whole opportunity in terms of stimulating demand or consumption of electricity from clean cooking perspective. The bigger question again, and I don't want to get into the policy conversation about the tariffs for cooking. I think that's not for this conversation. But I would see a strategic opportunity to tap onto electricity already, where it has already reached. How do you add e-cooking, both as an opportunity for then advancing access to clean cooking, but also stimulating demand? For me, I think is also a stimulation opportunity for electricity. But I think I went on a tangent. So overall, I would see open source opportunities or approaches, I think, helping to elevate or using data to elevate the challenge for clean cooking. Let's map out the populations. Where are they? Where do we have, for example, current infrastructure? I was talking about, for example, the mini grid or the grid infrastructure, so that then we can be able to see the opportunity then for integrating clean cooking into that. But even more important, for other resources, again, can we be able to map out where do we have other energy resources that then can be tapped into for clean cooking? Yesterday, I had a conversation with somebody who wants to set up a plant in Kilifi for a bioethanol plant and is looking for financing. For me, I see that as an opportunity. How many populations are going to be, for example, served by that? So I think overall is let's be able to scale the magnitude of the challenge using open source tools like Energy Access Explorer, etc. The second part is on financing. I think being very smart in terms of how do we target with the financing, and also about unlocking finance. There's a whole opportunity on climate finance, for example, carbon markets for clean cooking. But do we have data and information on where we can be able to have populations, for example, or institutions that can be able to tap into carbon markets or carbon finance for clean cooking to unlock financing opportunity? I see a whole opportunity that platforms like Energy Access Explorer, for example, can be able to play in terms of then helping to unlock financing, but also more important in terms of targeted investments. Now, what do I mean by targeted investments? And coming closer home to Kenya, the Kenya National Cooking Transition Strategy identified 4 major market segments. And I think those for me is a whole lot of data that open source platforms can be able to help in terms of demonstrating where these 4 market segments. And the one market segment is urban, but poor, who cannot be in a position then to access or cannot be able to afford clean cooking, but then urban, but underserved. And again, demonstrating an opportunity, for example, for entrepreneurs. Can they be able then to be able to see where those opportunities? Then there's rural, that can be in a position to afford, but rural, that again cannot be in a position to afford clean cooking solutions. Now, why I'm painting the picture of the 4 different quadrants of the market segments is because open source platforms can be in a position then to tell us where do we have urban but poor, and therefore having targeted financing for those populations or subsidies, for example, purely customized for those populations, right? Where do we have, for the entrepreneurs, where do we have urban but can be in a position to afford, then demonstrate that opportunity. And the same case again for the rural populations, the ones that can afford or they cannot be in a position to afford. But also more important, I think even in terms of investment in infrastructure development, I think demonstrating those opportunities becomes quite important. And I see an opportunity for open source platforms. Finally, and I'm rushing this because I've been showed to stop. Finally, is on the coordination, cross-sectoral coordination. I think all this cannot happen, whether, for example, it's only government or private sector alone. I think government, private sector, development partners all need to come together. Developing the Energy Access Explorer, for example, has been a costly exercise. It cannot be developed by one single institution. How do we then support or facilitate the development of these kind of tools? Private sector, how can you be able to provide the right kind of data that can, for example, be in a position to demonstrate the consumption of some of these clean cooking solutions? Policymakers, how do you mainstream the use of these kind of platforms to also demonstrate for the private sector the opportunities for investment, but also for development partners on where, for example, some of these targeted investments I was speaking about coming. Yeah, I have had to stop because I've been showed the stop sign. Otherwise, I would have gone. Thank you very much.
Yeah, sorry about that. I mean, it's quite a broad topic, really, and 1 hour is a very short time. But I think we've covered some extensive ground here. I have some key takeaways, which I will kind of, just run through briefly. So I think one big takeaway for me is that for due diligence and risk mitigation around energy demand mapping, and least cost electrification, geospatial tools need to be used. Another one is the requirement for common data standards. I think this is a big takeaway, and obviously AMDA is doing quite a bit of work on it already. So I would say let's pick up on that maybe, and let's collaborate more on that. And data security. I'm just going to use some catchwords because I know we're under such time pressure now. One thing that I think is really interesting as well is how can we build a resilient data future? You know, how can we make sure that data outlives programs? And I would really like to leave you with that food for thought to go into your lunch break. And I hope you enjoy your food and you have some interesting exchanges about the topic, maybe over lunch. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. A good round of applause for the panelists and the good questions that have been asked. I think for those who have follow-up questions, I think they're all around, and during lunch hour in the afternoon, we can follow up. So we are going to break for lunch. We are behind in terms of time, so we try and catch up. So maybe we could make it 45 minutes. And then after lunch, and I hope we now all have the app, the Hoover app, where the program is. The hackathon will still be going on in the room called Venus. Then we'll have several parallel sessions that will be going on. One will be here on open source hardware and distributed manufacturing potential and challenges. Then we'll have another session going on on sustainability challenges and opportunities in the room called Mercury. I think Mercury is after Venus. And then that session on communicating open source for impact that will be in the next room here. And then we'll have a coffee break, and then we'll have sessions after that. So I think the app is quite useful so that you know which sessions to go to, the rooms that these sessions will be in. But yeah, enjoy your lunch. The app says find a lunch mate. You can find one or just eat or think. But yeah, let's meet in the said locations in 45 minutes. That's what? By 1:40. 45? Okay, 1:45. All right, enjoy your lunch.
Ready to activate AI across your enterprise now? MuleSoft can help.
There's one happening here on open source hardware and distributed manufacturing potentials and challenges. Then Mercury Room, one on sustainability challenges and opportunities. And in the next room here, communicating open source for impact. So if you can move to your room of preference so that we can begin, really appreciate. And the moderators in those rooms to help me keep time.
They can sit on the computer.
Who's moderating?
Me and Yosha. Oh, Yosha. And me.
Okay, then I think you.
So the problem is that this is the main room. The people would.
Are they
stick around.
presentation?
What? No, it's a workshop, so we will have small presentations, but
it's presentations.
Yeah.
Okay. Then
but we should make clear to the people that if they stick here and won't be in a workshop, they can work on the computer, but they should not use it as a meeting room because. Invite them. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Okay, guys, let's settle down. I've already. So if you're in this room, we are about to begin, but there are 2 other sessions going on, plus the hackathon. So check your programs. The session that is happening here is the one on open source hardware and distributed manufacturing potentials and challenges. Then the other sessions at the Mercury and in the next room. Communicating impact is in the next room, Jupiter, and then Mercury is on sustainability, challenges, and opportunities. So we will be beginning for this room here. No meetings, no talking, and you can start. The hackathon is still going on at Venus, yes. So you can move to this side. Yeah. Final announcement. The workshop or the session communicating open source impact is in the next room, Jupiter. Anyone who wants to move there can do so. And for the speakers in this room, you're requested to use the mic because the session is being live streamed. So use the mic, yeah. It is.
Hello, hello. So who is here for the workshop in the room? Please raise your hand. Okay. Do you mind also joining us and coming closer so we might not need the mic that much? Yeah, very glad to have you all and also have the virtual audience. Wasn't counting with having virtual audience for our workshop, but it's great. So more people can at least listen to what we discussed today. I mean, you might know me by now. I'm Vivien, leading the EnAccess Foundation, and I'm maybe pass to Yosha.
Hello, I'm Yosha. I'm also part of EnAccess Foundation now. I'm here the hardware expert, coming from almost 10 years of battery development and industrialization background, Second Life in particular, and happy to support here on the hardware discussion.
Yeah. First of all, to get a bit an idea who we have with us in this workshop today, similar to Victoria's question, but who is a manufacturer, I mean, private sector, but particularly who's a manufacturer of hardware, doesn't need to be specifically energy access hardware, but hardware in general, who's a manufacturer here in the room? So yeah, we have 2, 3, 4 manufacturers of hardware. Who's a project developer of energy access projects in one sense or the other, like can be solar home system, mini grids, etc., something like that, clean cooking. Okay, who's rather research institute, public or private research institutes in the field of energy access or localization? And social society in general? Great. So yeah, a social society is inviting the other stakeholders to talk to each other. That's a bit the idea of this workshop. So I don't have this. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we have a few speakers. That the idea is it's a workshop. I said the speakers will just give us very short intros about themselves, their businesses, and how they relate to local manufacturing and or open source hardware. And then later on, we will have a chat Q&A with everybody involved, not only the panelists. And then we want to split, we initially were not sure if we split, but by great amount of people that want to join the workshop, we will definitely split in, I guess, up to 3 groups, which is great because we have 3 main topics identified that we want to discuss. But we will come to that once we have heard the presentations. But we want also to provide a bit of background why we believe open source hardware matters and what it can do with local manufacturing. So we have seen at the presentation that I had that morning and also by other inputs that most open source that is in energy access is about software in general, software, open source data. But there is an increasing trend, not only in energy access in general, for open source hardware, which comes with some challenges because software code you can't just download and run it on a computer when you have one, which hardware that is slightly more complicated, as some of you might know, not that easy to just download. And so that's where there's a bit of a caveat, but we believe in the end, all energy access projects need hardware. So it's very good that we not only limit to open source software, but also look into hardware, and by that unlock potential for local manufacturing also to
improve standardization, interoperability, and all these topics, and also create an ecosystem of more exchange and knowledge generation and transfer and joint learnings on hardware design, because there's so much things that can go wrong in a hardware design or in a manufacturing process, and only by jointly living and sharing these experiences, we can build better products. Also EnAccess, unfortunately, Brenda from Good Energy is not here. EnAccess has been granted a project by Good Energies and Dune Foundation recently about piloting and evaluating the benefits of open source hardware in energy access, particularly with a focus on local manufacturing. How can local manufacturing be more part of the value chain in energy access hardware? Because currently very little of the hardware is manufactured locally, and most comes elsewhere, mostly China. So how can we improve and put a larger part of the hardware value chain into the geographies where they're actually used? It's not a big project where we can produce thousands of stuff, but in locally, but we can trial a different one and try to improve the ecosystem for such local manufacturing endeavors. I might also want to pass to Joscha, who gives us a bit of insight on the latest work that EnAccess has done on local manufacturing and open source hardware.
Yeah, thank you. What we have seen, I mean, when you talk about open source, obviously the two things which are crucial that it works and can give it benefits. One is a legal side, which is licensing, which is relatively straightforward. And the other one is the documentation and the encouragement of this, the community, building the community, people to really support the project. And on both, we have did some showcases, or on one project, we basically took what is out there at the moment in open source society, which is there's a certificate for the licensing from OSHWA. It's the Open Source Hardware Association, who is checking the licensing part and see if it's if it's open source in the end, and basically if it's free to use for everyone, if people can make business out of the information and so on, and nobody is trapped into a legal hole or something. So we have done this, and another thing for the battery management system, which you find in the other room. I think it's called Jupiter. So later on, if you want to pass by, there's a BMS running. You can connect with the Bluetooth app. It's an open source project. It's you can make you can build batteries out of it for productive use. I would say that's the size, maybe, or also light electric vehicles. And it's a well developed project. And what we also did, we worked on the documentation side, and there's from the German standardization body, DIN, DIN. There is a specification which you can follow to test or to survey the documentation of open source hardware to see if every information is there to reproduce it. And obviously, if you have this two marks, the legal side and the documentation side, only then you can say, okay, everybody can easily adapt it. And for like on a long term, if every project who would have it, other contributors and people who are interested could say, okay, that's a project. It's I will not lose a lot of time looking into the project and then find out that the important part is missing. That's the basic idea. So we have done this with this BMS, checked both of it, reviewed it, and that was just a pilot. And the idea is to do this now for other projects as well. And so EnAccess is now like what is called a CAP, which is the one of the institutions which can check that and review if it's open source hardware or documentation is according to the DIN spec. So we will do this in future for other projects, and I think also use this as a baseline So we keep a certain quality standard, and yeah, everybody can use that in the room. Yeah, I think that's from the latest things we did on the hardware side here.
Yeah, and so yeah, this BMS that you can see there is now DIN Spec 35001 certified or credited. Exactly. So that's the which ensures you can easily rebuild it using a 100% open source tool set and are not trapped in any proprietary solutions, and it's well documented. So that was our mid-short, mid-long introduction. I would now go to give us the 6 speakers the possibility to shortly introduce themselves about their businesses, but also how they relate to local manufacturing and or local and open source hardware. So first of all, Latif, if you want to present, your slides are included. So
I do it for you?
Please,
okay.
Please do. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Latif Chirono. I'm the CEO of a company called Gearbox Europlacer Limited, based in Nairobi, Kenya. And we are an electronic manufacturing services provider, meaning that we design and manufacture electronic products, such as the BMS that Vivian and Joshua talked about. So the device that you'll see at the back, I think that's one that we manufactured here. And if you want to see an example of it, it'll be at my desk. And I'm also happy to say that we also have some of our partners in this very room. So Jeff is one of those, Kurt is one of those. And what we've seen over the last 3 years is that hardware and bespoke hardware is really ramping up. Many organizations are finding that the key place to add innovation is controlling the hardware for their specific solutions. When you get hardware from overseas, that hardware is not best fit. Either the cost is too high, it's not reliable, doesn't give you the best features. So many companies are realizing that to own and create sustainable revenue for themselves is to own that hardware. And we play a part in helping them design it if they don't have that capacity, and then helping them manufacture it locally. And where that really has a big impact is on the rapid iterations needed when you're developing a product. If you can imagine trying to do that, going back and forth with a manufacturing partner who's overseas, you will get significant cost in time and delays in supply chain disruptions, et cetera. So I'm happy to be here and looking forward to this conversation. Thank you. Oh, and all these images that you see behind me are PCBs that were designed and manufactured in Kenya, with the exclusion of the EnAccess BMS, which was manufactured here. Yeah.
And that's also part of the exercise here, or that we want as a follow-up work, is like, where do certain designs need to be adopted to local conditions and local sourcing conditions. And this is an exercise that we have done both to reduce prices and also to certain parts are easier to source here than others, or in Europe there's a different sourcing condition. So there is been a co-design process.
Yeah, great. So I'm looking forward to the conversation.
So thanks, Latif. And now, Leandre, happy to invite you to the stage.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm Leandre, co-founder and CEO at SLS Energy. I saw a clicker over here. Yeah, so a quick brief on our works before I get to the manufacturing and open source initiative or linkages. So we all know that e-mobility is one of the key solutions that we are turning to for decarbonization of electric or the mobility sector, but also as one of the solutions to climate change. But one key challenge is that the e-mobility sector has the battery as the key component of these vehicles, and these batteries have a limited lifetime. So what do these batteries become at retirement, especially that they still have some storage capacity that can be used for other use cases? So SLS as a company now, we're looking at this battery waste challenge, knowing that they still retain about 70% of their capacity. And also on the grid connection, you still have power supply reliability challenges. And also the cost of energy storage is still relatively higher, making it, off-grid connections or off-grid electrification efforts economically, the economic viability of off-grid energy access very challenging. So now we are providing or building the tools to be able to reuse this remaining capacity in the batteries so that they can provide low-cost energy storage applications alternative for both grid connected, but also off-grid applications with adding value or creating value in being able to reuse this remaining capacity in the batteries, but also building all the required monitoring optimization tools to ensure safety, reliability, and performance for these batteries in second-time usage. So what we see as the biggest challenge for this local manufacturing or production efforts, first off is the high costs of our products. And this is very sensitive or very critical in the second life battery applications because the whole premise of second life batteries is that you can reduce the cost of batteries. But now knowing that the cost of brand new batteries getting reduced like very fast, like we're getting at $120 per kilowatt hour. Now, the premise of second life batteries, if you're producing a battery at $200 a kilowatt hour, make less sense if someone can get brand new batteries at a cheaper price. And all of that is due to low volume production because you're getting huge discounts on the cell level. But now because of low volume production, like on the pack level, all these discounts vanish and the cost of end finished product is way higher than it's supposed to be. But also with relying on overseas supply chains, we see that there's like very long lead times and high prices for key components. This could be like electronics, like gearbox. I'm happy that you're working on like alleviating some of that, and we're using some of the EnAccess Libre BMSs. So we might try to rely fully on that supply in the future. But there are also other key components like assembly kits, which both require like plastic molding, like capacity or metal machining capacity that we can hardly find, at least in our market in Rwanda. So again, as what this creates for companies is also like very challenging inventory and cash flow management problems because now we need to have a lot of cash stuck in inventory that's going to be shipped for 2-3 months to get to our production lines. What we see as an opportunity for for open source is by having open source solutions, we can enable local production, demand aggregation as a solution to our production volume challenge. So this is because like though we are challenged with low volume production, there are similar initiatives or similar companies doing battery production, both in the e-mobility, but also in stationary battery applications. So if the maximum we can do could be 500 kilowatt hours a month, there are other companies that may be at a slightly higher scale, like maybe they could do 1 megawatt hour like a month. But you can notice that on the regional scale, let's speak of East Africa around, maybe we have a demand for 5 megawatt hours a month. So if you can aggregate demand for these parts and procurement and assembly processes, potentially you can unlock economies of scale that each individual battery producer would not achieve alone. And that would eventually both solidify the whole supply chain, but also reduce the unit costs for everyone involved in that aggregation initiative. But for that to be achieved, that means we need to have like a baseline of like designs and components and processes that we share in our production lines. And that cannot be achieved if there's that like open source and standard like design and assembly process that we all subscribe to. So as I mentioned, the benefit would be that the adoption of that initiative will reduce the cost and lead times, and also achieve higher volumes and unlock economies of scale on a regional base that we're very looking forward to. But as a now specific initiative for open source projects that we're working on, like we are testing, validating the BMS platform, open source and manufactured by Gearbox, so that we can long-term use a proven hardware platform. And if we need to do any customization, we focus on how we can create more value that's not there. That could be adapting the BMS to the second life battery use case, like possibly adding more balancing capabilities, like changing firmware with specific state estimation and protection algorithm that takes into account the variability of the battery cells, which is the technical challenge in the second life battery use case. So yeah, thanks a lot. I'll be happy to engage deeper in the discussions and be in touch in case anyone wants to follow up on these topics. Thanks.
Thank you. And I just want to mention, it was not supposed to be a LibreSolar BMS promotion event, but so far it has been quite a lot. I noticed that, and I will do a bit more for that. That there's a battery pack, because I see Latif gave the PCBA around. Look at it if you want to interact with it. Here, Yosha has a sample for you. A battery that actually is powered with this BMS, and here on the sticker is the link to the app that you can download in the App Store, which is also fully open source, same as the firmware of everything. So you can look at the stats of the battery via the BMS. So I will stop here to make promotion for this BMS and go to the next presentation, which is from Godfrey from Inonit.
Thank you, Vivian. No, just talk about, and unfortunately, you've cut 40% of my my talk was about this LibreSolar BMS, and basically, what Inonit Energy Solutions is doing is almost the same as what SLS is doing in Rwanda. We do repurposing of used lithium batteries, but in Kenya, we currently have a partnership with Roma Electric. We get batteries from them, break them apart, and then build new, smaller battery packs for productive use applications. And this was based on my over 10 years experience in the off-grid solar industry, where I realized the biggest barrier to access, especially for productive use applications, is energy storage. So I went out to look for solutions that could lower the cost of energy storage and therefore increase usage and uptake of productive applications. And that's how Inonit Energy Solutions was founded, on the backdrop of creating affordable and reliable energy storage solutions. So at Inonit, we've benefited from, sorry, Vivian, I have to still go back to the open source solution that we have piloted, and just talk about how different it is from the BMS. Okay, I can. Yeah, because initially when we started out, we were getting off-the-shelf BMS solutions that were not that did not give us a lot of flexibility to play around. But for open source hardware that we have, we got from Joshua, we were able to actually customize it to adapt to the cells that we are using, and also be able to monitor and troubleshoot and get real-time updates and real-time state of the battery. This, especially when we're dealing with second life batteries, means that then we can easily predict, we can easily maintain, we can easily work around technical support for our customers. So the intersection of open source and hardware production for us who are doing batteries has been a very important aspect, and we are happy to engage more. Our battery also, we also work with the open source applications for pay-as-you-go solutions, because we make them pay-as-you-go ready, so that then the customers or the users, like some of the clients that we are dealing with, are actually pay-as-you-go companies like Sun Transfer and a company called Tsunami Solar in Kenya. So what we do is we also use open source applications that are able to integrate with payment APIs, so that then the battery management system is also customized to actually accept those switching on and switching off. So yeah, that has been our story with the open source, and happy to engage more.
Thanks a lot, and thanks for joining us. And now, Geoffrey. You don't have slides.
I do have a few, but Just, no, not really. Are they there? Okay. Hello, how are you? Let me see whether, just making sure. Morning, afternoon. You're well? Yeah, my day has moved way too fast, so I'm still like in the morning hours. So PowerPay Africa is a company that provides IoT hardware and software for monitoring energy consumption beyond the meter. So that's where we are focused. So our job is to make sure that utilities, energy companies, distributors of cooking equipment, for example, EPCs and the like, productive use equipment can be monitored for all sorts of different applications. So our main market is clean cooking. So we are focused on providing hardware, software, monitoring cooking equipment for DMRV, digital monitoring, reporting, and verifications for carbon emission reductions. But as well, the hardware also enables buy now, pay later, credit enforcement, among all sorts of other impact metrics that we provide on the software and for customers. We combine this with pay-as-you-go CRM management software. So we sort of provide an end-to-end solution to companies that are in that space. So we normally say we digitalize, which means we make the product visible, monitorable, and then we give you the data. That means you can monitor, you can play around with data, but we also have a platform for selling. So for those who are running businesses that are off-grid, they need to register customers, all that data needs to all be in one place. And so we have tried to make that process just seamless, so you don't have to go to 10 different people to get the entire solution mapped out for you. So what has led us to look at local manufacturing? I guess for us, communication is one thing. I don't know whether you've ever tried to sell an idea to a Chinese guy who probably has a limited understanding of English, and he's a salesperson. Okay, we got a little mixed up, no problem. And then you're trying to explain to them, this is exactly what I'm looking at. This is a sales guy. And then the sales guy tells you, I need to talk to the engineers. All right? Latif will know this really well. I can see him nodding. And then everything gets lost in communication. And by the time you're trying to figure out exactly whether they've got what you need and whether they can provide it, maybe you even have a sample already done, you've spent money, it's here, and then still it doesn't have what you wanted. They never quite got exactly what your need was. And so there's a huge barrier there. But so there is both the language barrier, but there's also the issues of, technical understanding between sales engineers. This is the practical world of, supply chain management. And then even after that, you still have, lots of problems just trying to solve the problems that you need to solve, So that is one of the challenges that we've had, and, costs you a lot of money. And then, of course, there is, so I'm losing my trail. So there's communication. The other one is quality control. You want to assemble something, you've got 60 components in something, right? How do you make sure that every one of those single things, will work? And you might find out after you have produced, thousands of pieces. I mean, you'd rather be finding out when you've done 5, 10, yeah, but 1,000, and that's likely to happen when you're manufacturing so far away. And now think about trying to correct that problem. So yes, then it can be corrected. So where are you going to take those things? Are you going to start shipping them back to China? Then you find out that the Chinese government thinks everything that comes from Africa is trash. It goes to the bin. What's that you're bringing to China from Africa? So there are issues. Just trying to get things out of here to China is a problem. With KRA, yeah? Now, even on the other side, there's still a problem there. And then think about the lead times you have as they try to figure out what's wrong with what they sent you. I mean, by that time, your client is gone. Okay? You've lost money and you probably might end up getting sued. Depends on how sensitive the client is and how sensitive what they wanted to do was. So those delays are very, very bad. And then, of course, there's IP. I mean, you know, somebody discovers, that's the manufacturer you're using. Okay, they go to China. Who's protecting you? You know, are you able to enforce those agreements if you need to? You know, so those are real serious issues. And I believe this is why, you know, local manufacturing is important. But even features, you know, by the time you sell what you need, this guy is wondering, why do you need that? Why do you need that? But this is what we have. This is how we do it, right? And then, of course, in that mix, probably what you're providing sits between several industries. There's a person who manufactures the OEM for electronics, and then there's the person who's doing contract manufacturing. I mean, there's all these layers of people in between there. So just even selling the idea is a serious problem because they are not familiar with your need. They don't understand your context. And so this is a unique, you know, sort of thing you're bringing to them. So those are some of the things that have led us to that. Of course, delays, money lost, loss of business. So that is why we thought, hey, we need to go local. These are some of the appliances we digitalize. So cooking is a huge focus, commercial, domestic. But we're also doing refrigeration, monitoring, milling, among other productive uses. Yeah, so in a nutshell, that's basically our company. Opportunities, well, I think we see opportunities working with the, you know, open source sort of platform, especially for, you know, sort of getting products adopted at scale with OEMs who are in the space of manufacturing equipment and appliances. So we think we want to follow what you call a lock and key approach, where we open source the lock and we have the key, right? So we can discuss that. And then, of course, we have we have an AI model that we are currently sort of rolling out. We are testing it with a mini grid developer. And so what we do is we basically put a meter in your house and we are collecting data from the meter and disaggregating using our model so that we can be able to find out whether you're cooking, refrigerating, you know, major loads, small loads, others. But the major ones, you know, TVs, etc., our model can largely be able to differentiate and identify. And so just providing that granularity to utility companies, mini grids, we are currently working with KPLC to sort of provide them with data for developing a clean cooking tariff, you know, so that would be used for forecasting, economic modeling, and all that stuff. So I know you have a meter that is open source. Maybe we could use that for you know, because it needs to be customized, you know, to send certain types of data. The market is huge with the mini grids and others. So thank you very much. I hope I didn't take too much of your time.
Thanks a lot, and very insightful. And yeah, there is an open source smart meter. It's at the prototype stage, but I believe, by the way, talking about open source hardware, that a meter, an open source meter, and I mean, we will come to that. You could refer to this topic or metering. I'm not telling a meter, but metering in mini grids. I think it's a big topic, and I think Jude is the perfect one to enlighten us a bit more on that, besides what you do with your company.
Thank you very much, PowerPay. I'm Jude Numfo, and I'm all the way from Cameroon. I speak better English than French, so don't be worried. My company, REI Cameroon, which is Renewable Energy Innovators Cameroon, we are a mini grid developer / CNI, and we have been in the space for so long. Sometimes I feel old. Been in the space for 20 years. And we've learned a lot through the process. One of the biggest issues we faced in the mini-grid space, I'm speaking now beyond REI, I'm speaking on behalf of other developers, even with AMDA. I used to be a board member at AMDA. My company is still a member at AMDA. We are heavily supported by IEEE Smart Village, and I have more here, who is also coming from there. Harila behind there also knows Smart Village, my colleague Michelle, that way as well. So we are very, thank you. Yeah, thank you. So IEEE alone has tens of developers. AMDA has almost hundreds, and then others that are not there, that are not members of either IEEE or AMDA is more than hundreds. Yeah. And the biggest thing that we're seeing in the space, and again, I'm talking from being old in the space, is that we are not managing our own data. And we are so exposed to all these things PowerPay talked about. So when he's looking for let's say a part and can't find it, who suffers? It's really us. Let's say we put an order for meters to measure energy so we can get payment, and then he doesn't find a part, then there's no meter for us. And then if we cannot sell the energy we're producing, we should not have even started, right? It's that bad. Because energy is addictive. Let me use that word. Once you give it to somebody and you take it away for no good reason, it can lead to wars. It's that bad. And so, unfortunately, we have outsourced all this metering, and which is data, which is something that is providing comfort, building trust, because people are giving you money in lieu of energy, and you're measuring that using the meters. And then if the meters are not reliable because there's somebody sitting in New York, being the one managing that for you, or the hardware is from China and you don't know where it's coming from, you are really a driver and somebody else has your steering. And unfortunately, these people who have your steering also have issues of they can't control all the chains. Worse still, most mini-grid developers, as we speak for now, we are not yet profitable. And so we need to go at scale in order to be profitable. And since because we are not profitable, that scale is not yet coming. And so the solution providers of meters don't have the volume that it needs for them to be equally profitable. So we are not yet at utility level, right, for volumes. And so they are pivoting. Some of them are moving away from this. And we're left with old hardware, cannot be updated, cannot be upgraded. And then what is happening is a chain reaction. It's affecting us again. So if you have this kind of a problem, which can be summarized into lack of control, different people doing different things, and issue of cost sustainability, what's the best thing to do? Open source. Let people contribute with good faith. And when you open source it, then we will have solutions from all these places. And one of the things we are doing, therefore, with IEEE, EnAccess, Arila there from Energy IoTS, is to come up with a solution called Open AMI. Now, Open AMI, have we heard of the MPM, Micropower Manager? How many people? Oh, few. Sorry, I'm forgetting that I'm not with developers. So we want to basically take the AMI that normally comes from manufacturers, make it open source in a way that it can drive any hardware. We want to make smart metering hardware agnostic. We want to give the developers access to the data. That same access that, who was talking about it here, where they're doing the BMS, where's the guy with, yes. how you feel much better, right? Using an open source BMS, because you can change features, you can all of that. That is what mini-grid developers are looking for, dying for, because we are the ones in the villages. And so we want a solution that can do these two things. And I'm inviting all of you to join us and see how this can happen. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Jude, and thanks for joining us from so far also. And then last but not least, Bernard. Oh, there you are. And yeah, now we have heard a lot of private sector manufacturers, project developers. Now I think it's time for a bit like research and academia perspective as well.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Bernard Alunda, and my background is mechanical engineering with an orientation on energy and nano instrumentation. Currently, I also serve as the Dean of the School of Mines and Engineering, and also the Director of Africa Climate Smart and Energy Center that we just birthed in February this year. Our university is pretty young. Perhaps you are hearing it for the first time. We are located in the heart of Savo, between Savo East and Savo West. And I'm sure the only university located between two national parks. We also host the African German Center of Excellence in Mining and Environmental Engineering and Resource Management, where we focus on mining, environmental engineering, and natural resource management. My interest as an engineer is on technology innovation, sustainable development, and capacity building, with a strong focus on application of open source modeling tools. I am an associate trainer for CLUS, that is Climate, Land, Energy, and Water Systems, and I work with the CCG, and yeah, we are able to support in these areas. Also, I've been able to develop a number of stuff, circuit boards, which I started from the very basics to a point where you integrate it with the hardware. I developed a high-speed atomic force microscope, and I was able to do that, both the hardware and the software. And therefore, you will realize that the software is pretty easy, so everyone rushes to it. But when you have to make the hardware to work, then you have to really sweat. So I understand, and that's why the main focus has been on the software. But then the real meat is in the hardware. And I'm happy that we are here to try and look at how we are able to work together. We also have developed a number of types in biogas, agrovoltaics, and stuff like that at our university. So we also work in that space as well. As academia, I think we can play a very big role in supporting this local manufacturing and open source hardware and distributed manufacturing. How are we doing that currently? We are developing very intentional programs that supports this. Having gone through the whole of that system, I realized that the part of design is something that is missing. And we have intentionally that as one of the options in our curriculum so that they are able, because without design, you can't make anything. So having identified those, we know that we can be able to also participate and create and help create need in this. The challenges we get have been mentioned here. I have to make something, then I have to wait for it to be manufactured in Nairobi. Good enough. How about if it has to be in China? There are a lot of delays. By the time the part arrives, I've forgotten what I was actually doing, and that has happened. And therefore, if we can be able to manufacture those items here, that will also be able to help us. The collaborations we have, and also through the test centers, I think academia brings experts together in various fields, and therefore the community or students or people have ideas, we can be able to support them through the incubation hubs. Like we do, we are also setting up one. We call it the Savo Innovation and Incubation Hub. You can be able to come and meet with experts in different areas, because think about any hardware, it brings people from all sectors, right? Engineers, social scientists, to be able to make it so complete. So as academia, we can be able to play a role to support this sector as well. It's all about knowledge, skills, and demystifying the theories that we can't do it. I'm sure we can be able to do it, and we can support this area. So I'm here to engage and support the conversations around these areas to see how we can make it easier for local manufacturing, local developers. So thank you so much, Vivian.
Thanks a lot, and great to see that we have also academic partners in the room. As we are short on time, I'd still invite for Q&A for any questions you have to anything that was said. And just maybe raise your hand already, which has one, just to collect how many we have. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, and I tried to only take these 4. And then we would go to questions that we have already prepared that we want to discuss in smaller groups. I'd start in the order that I saw them, which was you, Sanli, and then there were 2 others where I don't remember the order, but you will manage. So I'll give you the mic.
Thank you very much. I am Famba Abondance Frederic from DRC. I work for WRI in the Energy Access Explorer program. So I was interested in the presentation of all the panelists, and I don't know if I should be afraid in your place, because when you're talking about open source, there is a panelist who mentioned the fact that sometimes when you're starting, when you're thinking of your company on a small scale, like let's call them big fish, are not interested in what you're doing, but when you are starting scaling up, so they come with a lot of money and they know how you are protected either by the government or by the laws. So I would like to hear from your experience, how do you manage the competition? Because from the time you manufacture something, you are using open source. Somehow the source code can be accessible to everybody, they can adjust it. And the other aspect is that when you're creating something, you're manufacturing something in Africa, as one of the panelists mentioned, another one can go in China and design almost the same thing, and coming with a lot of capital and start competing in the market. Given that you are on a smaller scale, your business will not grow enough. I've seen this example in Senegal. So it was a clean cooking solution. So the guy in Senegal created the model, did a presentation. Then one of the businessmen came in with a lot of money. He went to China. He designed almost the same thing, and he cut down the price. And so I'd like to know how you guys cope with that in your daily activities. Thank you.
Thank you. Great question. I think there's a lot to say about, and it's also part of the discussion we'll have later. But still, I would maybe also take the question from Sanli and then maybe respond to those questions in a batch. So take your question, and we respond these 2 questions before we move to the others.
Thank you very much. Very interesting to listen. I'm Stanley Fires from Utrecht University. So connected to that, to me, it seems like that when you want to have the supply chain, you also start from a manufacturing part, which is absolutely fine. But as was mentioned, hardware is not like software, but it's almost like that. You can easily, batch it, put it in the containers, bring it. While the added value, I think, of a local business is the access to the local user, right? You're manufacturing for the guy in China probably doesn't really worth coming and repairing the mini grid here. It's much more expensive. So my question is that also in the development of business, how do you are leveraging your advantage of actually having the proximity to the destination on the parts of the business, like maintenance, like services, like expansion,
that are not easily copyable? Where is the focus on that?
So any of the panelists that want to respond to any of the questions, to both of the questions? Oh, yeah.
Well, in a nutshell, I think two things. One, of course, is IP protection. We've, definitely pursued that in Kenya. Africa is very complex. Some countries are not even signatories of, international trade treaties. I'm sure you know Nigeria is notorious for that, for example. So yeah, IP protection is expensive. We actually had to register a company in Uganda, for example, so that we could cover countries that are covered by ARIPO or things like those. I mean, it's complex, but you do that because you need to protect your stuff. But I think the other thing is, two is iterate at lightning speed. That is critical. Iterate at lightning speed, and so if you do that, pretty sure you'll beat people on quality, performance, pricing, everything. I mean, just don't sleep on it. You make something and then you go to sleep. And then I think the last one is the way we've set up our business is it's a platform business. So we are servicing an ecosystem, financing. You've got the CRM, loan management, all these things. You can manage your agents, inventory. I mean, so the hardware is not a product standing alone on its own. I think if you develop a platform business, it's harder to replicate that because somebody could ship something from China, but do they have all these other integrations you have? All these partnerships with telcos and all these other added values. So you have to make your business, hard to replicate, in my view. But yeah, having a platform, you're servicing an ecosystem from manufacturers, distributors, financing institutions, etc. So and I believe that makes you harder to replace. That's my 2 cents.
Yeah. I have some quick notes on the 2 questions. I don't consider them answers. It's just maybe more points for further reflection. On the benefit of proximity to the business side, I consider one advantage also being warranty service provision. Because what some people struggle with is like you see a cheap product online from China, you purchase it, but like where do you go if you start having issues? But having this proximity to the customer, then they can trust, okay, there's someone who's going to service this product. And some of that can also be like implied in the business model. Like we do battery as a service, which means that we're actually having skin in the game that we can ensure the performance of the product beyond the selling point. To the question about relying on open source or lacking IP protection from like a business defensibility point of view. And all this can be like kind of a challenge, both from, let's say, like a financing point of view, because especially like an investor wants to know that if I put my money here, you have the right to operate and you have some defensibility around the business because that's how you can scale the business. So to me, I see it as, one key concern is if you are working on a product that's not distributed in any way, and then someone can patent it before you, so then you have no right to operate. But I believe one of the criteria for someone to patent something is that it's inventive and new in the market. So if it's open sourced already, nobody can patent it. So there's no one that's going to limit you to operate because they patented it after it's been in the work. But also another maybe slightly controversial point of view could be most of us consider ourselves impact businesses, like you're trying to create impact in the market. So the idea that, okay, there's this like problem there, I'm providing a solution, but I want to patent it so that I can be the only one to do it. Like this is a solution, it works, but I patent it and it's a proprietary like technology, then I'm the only one who's going to do it. So sometimes also like the impact story can be reflected. Okay, this is a solution. Anyone.
I'm also part of EnAccess Foundation now.
So there could also be that argument that maybe not in line on like protecting and growing the business, but like if you claim to be for impact, then you want someone with a similar mission to have the same tools that you have access to augment the impact where you cannot have access yourself.
Thanks.
Thanks a lot. I hope you got like some interesting insights to your questions, and I call up the other two questions with the ask to try to really be as concise as possible, and yeah, so that we can go into round tables afterwards.
Hi, I have a question for you. Do you have a guideline on how to do open source hardware, like how to open source your hardware design? You know, KiCad and what license to use, all that kind of stuff.
So on the licensing side, I said there's the Open Source Hardware Association, OSHWA. It's existing. They have a process of, or they have a certain list of licenses which you can use, which are considered to be proven and are open source and easy to use for adapters. So you can actually get this from their website, and then the projects can basically send their project there, and then they check it, and then they give you like a stamp kind of thing. Say, yeah, okay, you're approved. So all the projects who have that have a license which is approved to be or known to be working. And then on the other side, I said there's this German Dienstspec, so German standardization body has developed this document which defines how hardware needs to be described in a documentation perspective, what tools to be used like KiCad or whatever, so that there's no barrier in between that you cannot use it. So, and that's actually one of these. We have it tomorrow for sure on the, maybe it's not there yet, I guess. No, we have it on the big poster tomorrow when we have the poster presentations for the BMS. There's already also the numbers in there. Yeah, and it's on the website as well.
Maybe quickly add, and it's a super good question because we have always worked towards developing a standard or guideline on how to make an open source hardware documentation. But since there is this DIN specs, which basically is meant to certify that the hardware is compliant with the specs, which means that it's replicable in an open source manner, meaning it has a full open source tool set behind it, like KiCad or whatever other open source. Okay. And what I wanted to say on that, we are currently in the, I mean, now we are a CAPLI, a certified accreditation body. So we can assess if projects do comply with that and then give them this attestation that they're compliant with this. And the next step that we're going to synthesize that into a guideline, which is because you don't want to go, if you're a project, to necessarily go through the specs. So we want to sanitize, but that's quite a work. We have tried to do it by our own. That's why we're not, oh, there is this DIN specs, let's use that. Now we have undergone that one time with the BMS, and now we will sanitize this to generalize that, because the problem is this generalization, because you can do it for a BMS pretty easy, but there are not only BMSs out there. So but this is a ongoing work to sanitize, like to synthesize this DIN specs into a guideline for somebody to produce. You want to add something?
Yeah, just maybe how it's done today. There's like depending on what you check. So if it's mechanical hardware, if it's a PCB or whatever, you define what it is, and then basically there is a list of features which you need to have, which are nice to have, which are good practice, let's say, and yeah, these are going to be checked after if you do the review afterwards. But after in the beginning, obviously, this is already a good guideline. If you take this list, you can say, okay, these ones I need to have, that it's replicable, and others I don't. But yeah, but I think it's since it's quite deep down in the standard, and the standard is always written in a standard way. It actually has quite some good documentation, I would say, with some explanation already. So it's quite readable. But anyway, the idea is to condense it a little bit more, as Vivi said, to make it more easy to adapt. Yeah. So something to add to that, but there's another question. No, you're fine? Okay. Then we have thought also with some of the panelists here on some questions around the topic and some of ourselves. And the idea would be that we split in 3 groups with different, let's say, subtopics of this main topic here. The one is challenges and enablers for local manufacturing. So it's really focusing on the local manufacturing. I go first on the headlines, and then I can give you the details. So then there's open source hardware as a catalyst. So really, what is the open source promoting here? What is the opportunities we have and the risks? And then we have the ecosystem integration, so academia, standard collaboration, so everything which is around it and is a supporting topic, as Bernard already has taught or taught us. So yeah, maybe I read out the questions quickly. For the first topic, what are the main challenges and limits for competitive local manufacturing? What are the benefits of having a strong local manufacturing network and infrastructure? What has worked well in local manufacturing? And how, that's a specific question, how does enclosure casing, injection molding, final assembly affect local manufacturing capacities? And on the second topic, which opportunities are there to see with or through open source hardware designs to ease local manufacturing product development in general? And does open source help to create local repair and servicing capacities? And then on the last one, how can academia be included in the efforts of localizing the industry and standardization as the potential for easing local manufacturing? So the idea would be now that we split in 3 groups. I would say we do one table up here for the first one, challenges and enablers for local manufacturing. We will do the open source discussion maybe on these 2 tables here on the right from my side, and then on where you sit here. On this one, we do the ecosystem academia discussion. The idea is that we have some sticky notes and some pens. So we write down in the group, or everyone in each group write down. So the idea is to discuss these questions and write down the main learnings of it, so that each group in the end can share these learnings here in the round. And
I think we have to discuss, depending on how long time you need to. We will definitely, each group will have to appoint somebody to present later after the last session today. We will make a short recap from here to the main group. So maybe we limit it to that. But yeah, each group will have to appoint someone to summarize what has been discussed. Yeah.
Okay, so I would suggest, so I repeat, group 1 over here, group 2 over there, and group 3 over there on the table. So let's get up and get into position.
We'll also get you some A1 or A0 papers on the table to write on the papers. Yeah, so find your spot, find your group. Wo wird's wahrscheinlich hier, ne? Bei Local Manufacturing? Oder? Wir müssen glaube ich, ja, wahrscheinlich. Je nachdem, wer es ist. Local manufacturing? Enablers for local manufacturing? Yeah. I would get the.
everyone some time for the discussion. Hands here.
Want to come closer?
Will be the secretary. There you go.
No. I'm on.
No, mostly because it's not very
Exactly.
So looks like this topic is not having fun, so let me.
Maybe we'll come outside.
Yeah, it's interesting though. So I have a point. Like,
I refuse to be the secretary.
that is part of my stereotype.
Yeah. And we must break stereotypes. So you've been appointed as secretary.
Maybe as a very first one, since you have someone to present in the end, just a reminder, as a first thing to do, define who will present in the end. And then I think that helps also to guide the discussion. Thanks.
Yeah.
Yes.
quick example from hardware. Maybe it's because we're so early that not very many putting that. They go to the hall.
Dann laden wir die Präsente an. Dann hättest du 2 Minuten max. Ja. Eben. Sehr gut. Kopfrück.
Other sections, like, we have
Willst du zusammentrommeln?
Ja, ja. Genau.
It's about something you said.
Nee, lädt noch. Achso. Brauchen wir jetzt gar nicht, oder? Okay, everyone, let's come to an end. Great discussions I was hearing here everywhere. Can you give me just a short second of listening? So I think it would be great, since there have been so great discussions on the different tables, to not lose the info right away, but that the presenters come here in front and just very briefly in 2 minutes explain to the others what you have been discussing. And then later we can, I think, when is it, tomorrow, Vivi? This afternoon, we also, the presenters will have to present in the larger group, but I think it's good that in this group we have some exchange. Okay, I think we start with the challenges and enablers for manufacturing.
Oh. Hello again. Few major points for what we think are the key highlights on each of the sub-questions. So on the challenges, we mentioned that access to finance, legal literacy, supply chain challenges, and electricity infrastructure costs are some of the key challenges that make local manufacturing compared to global manufacturing not as competitive. In terms of benefits for local manufacturing, we mentioned maintenance and warranty support to the end user because of the proximity of the manufacturer, distributor, and the end user. We mentioned quality control, like you have skin in the game if your customers are people, your neighbors, your family and stuff, which is like different from when you're supplying to people you never meet in life. And there is ease of iteration with local manufacturing. You can easily iterate and improve on the products because the production cycle are so much faster. There's also product standardization because now you want to adapt to what's already in the market and you don't want to diversify a lot by having this like direct contact with the market and the needs and the existing solution, the existing components. In terms of what has worked so far, we mentioned that the biggest milestone for most manufacturing companies, at least in the room, is like proof of concept and prototyping has become easier. And also we noticed like now with the stage we're trying now to scale the proven like processes and products and business models at the larger scale, both in terms of volume, but also in terms of like geographical access, where now some of the business can start to get out of their home countries. In terms of how do enclosures, casing, injection molding, and final assembly affect local manufacturing, we noticed that the lack of these processes or components on the market make like long cash cycles, because now you have to place orders of these components that sometimes holds the biggest value in products. And it's going to take about 3 months from the moment you place an order until like you're able to set that product. So that means like you have an inventory that's already stuck for 3 months in components, which will be easier if you have like local manufacturing, where the cash cycle will be 2 weeks instead of like 3 months. You also require to always hold like large inventory, because you also want to minimize the cost of shipping by always placing like your volume orders to share the cost of like shipping and customs duties processes that and adds up to the cost of units if you're doing it on lower volume. So these are the major highlights of the discussions. Thanks, and looking forward to further.
Okay, thank you very much. So we are with group 2. I think that's you guys. Thank you very much. That was a good summary.
It's this way. Wow, I can try to read it. So on our table, we had several businessmen, but consultants and developers as well. And we discussed, we approached the point of open source hardware as catalyst from the fact that actually what do you expect from an open source software, the ease of use, that it actually accelerates your business, it's quick, it reduces your costs you want, and you also want to have some sort of goodwill to share it with the rest. That's why you would use maybe morally or technically open source. But on the other hand, people said that they won't choose open source because there is a risk of no service. There are shortcomings. They are mostly general and not customizable, and might be not reliable, might be not for long run, 4 to 5 years reliable. And then we checked actually how much are you going or willing to pay for all these extra features. And we ended up having like on a product, closed source product of maybe $100, people were ready to pay maybe, a product that cost $100, people were willing to pay another extra 40 just for those features, for having duration, for having a good customer service and serving when it is. And that's where we come with this business model that actually, if there is already developed open source system, which a bill of materials, which is much less than 50% of the closed source version, there's a business of half the price for somebody who just maintains and installs those devices, because that's how much value it has for the end users. So maybe that's where the business of the open source can flourish and catalyze, because you actually basically need no investment, but can accept for information. I think that's a good summary, I hope.
Thank you very much. So we come to the last but not least group, discussing the questions of academia. We're still waiting for the poster. Oh, it's 2 posters. No, it's only 1. Okay, here you go.
Hope you can hear me. We were looking at question 3, and we were looking at the ecosystem integration, academia standards, and collaboration. So we picked 3 key areas. The role of academia is teaching and learning, research, and community outreach. And we said that all these teaching and research should relate to impact. That's what we said. Then out of the order, so this is the answer to number 1, curriculum, deliberate integration, and development. So that is the main role in terms of teaching and learning for academia. Then localized tools to meet local context, Again, you are looking at, you have solutions, but need to be solving problems that are based on geographies. Then we have these, I think language, interpretation, understanding, and geographies is the same thing. What you're all saying is if you have the software, then it should inform the hardware that we're producing. That will answer now the last question that informs policies that we're talking about. That also explains standardization. The second topic on research for question 1 is what you do is innovation of labs and market funding. So you have innovation labs for research, but you're funding them. So what the role of the academia would be is if you have a fund and we say that it comes from any source, it's not limited to only donors, it's a mixed blend of funding that all goes to support research. Then I think that's what we're seeing there, grant funding. Technology transfer, life cycle management, that will go towards research, but again, the research should be impact and you have community, it's linked into that. Then, because who are you transferring the technology to? Stakeholder management is the same thing. We are looking at universities as a way that you are looking at all the available stakeholders to work on that. That's what we have. If I'm leaving something, you'll remind me. I think there's policy influence and standards development. But the last thing we have, which is really what we've been saying in our last topic is all you are saying should inform standardization, and it comes from the work in question 1 that is informing policies. The policies will be around this. So if you talk about standardization, you're talking about things like for Kenya scenario, KEBS, putting standards for local manufacturing. So the only thing you're saying was that if you are giving a standard, then can the standards be interoperable? I think we look at that here, whereby you can bring some part from Kenya, take it to another country on the same sectings and quickly deploy some solutions, because that's what we're all looking for. Yes.
Thank you very much. You want to say some last words?
Yeah, thanks a lot to everybody. Thanks for all participants in the workshop. It was great to have you, those brilliant minds, sticking their heads together, discussing very engaged and interestingly. And particularly this last session, we will talk more about role in academia in a panel discussion, which is starting in 10 minutes. I guess it will be 15, 20, but coffee is served on the other side. Get a bit of energy, some snacks, some coffee, some drinks, and then can deepen the role of academia session generally for open source and energy access, not only on hardware, but can follow up on that. And remember that after this session, for the closing of the set, we will also require you to share your insights to the whole group for the ones that have been in the other workshops, so they can benefit from all these great ideas and insights that have been discussed here. And we will certainly take that up as inputs to the project that I mentioned earlier on local manufacturing that we will be running the next 1.5 years. So yeah, it's great to have all these inputs to streamline our efforts for the sector, because I mean, that's who you guys are and that's what we want to serve. So thanks a lot.
Hello, sorry, everybody. If you're going to the field visit on Friday, I really, really, really need you to come and see me by the end of the day. If not, you lose your spot. There's a waiting list. Thanks.
Hello. We would like to begin the last session. So for those who are still taking tea, please come with it to the main hall. And then we can begin. It's about time to.
No, that's the other one is also running late. You need a clock or a bell?
I think tomorrow, I think we should get one. It's mine. We'd like to begin. So if we could settle down. This is our last session. So the faster you settle down, the faster we'll have our reception. So this last panel session is going to delve into the role of academia in driving open source solutions. And it's a panel session being moderated by our very own Victor. So if we could have the panelists come to the front so that we can begin. Victor from WRI, we have Picos Kutesa from Creek. I'm not sure whether Prof is around. Oh, just in time. Please come over to the front to the for the panel. Sanli, Faiz, Philip as well, kindly join us. Oh, the second name is hard, so
yeah, just leave it with Philip.
Mavis Juma from Muresa and Veronica Gunzi from Kenyatta University. Kindly let's, if you can all come in. I'm saying there's one more mic. Right?
Okay. Welcome back. I think it has been a good day. So far, so good, and has been mentioned, this is our last session today, and then we are just wrapping up for tomorrow. So the panel is the role of academia in accelerating open source energy access. So I think we'll just go straight into it. For those who have been listening since morning, some part of it has already been discovered, and so we are just going a little deeper into it so that we be able to see what is really the key role that academia plays in this. My name is Victor Otieno. I work with World Resources Institute. I'm a research associate within the energy program, leading the work of the subnational energy planning and engagements at WRI. I think before we go to the respective questions or discussion, I would give the panel opportunity to introduce themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor, and yeah, thanks for the invitation and for an already great symposium. So my name is Philipp Blechinger. I'm working at the RAN-LMO Institute, a not-for-profit research institute in Berlin. And we are looking at open source tools for supporting decision-making and project development.
Okay, my name is Da Silva. I work at Strathmore University, Research and Innovation. And yes, it's great to be in this panel discussing academia.
I'm Sanli Faiz. I'm professor of physics at Utrecht University in the Netherlands. Because when you develop things open source,
work with the Center for Research in Energy and Energy Conservation, CREEC, in Uganda, and I also doing my master's in renewable energy at Makerere University. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Also, just to get to know those who are in the audience, let me just see, I'll just check on academia. The theme that we have now, how many are in academia? Oh, okay, research and all that, and I believe, yeah, I can see a number of ones. So we have the, the right audience. So in the morning, I got two statements, which I would like to just mention as we start our discussion. One came from the keynote speeches, and the person who gave the speech is in the panel, and he mentioned that the government, the private sector, and academia need to work together. So that's the key thing. Then in the first panel, one of the panelists mentioned that academia has kind of lagged behind in the open source space. So maybe as we start, Dr. Philip asked to check maybe from you from the perspective, would you say that academia has lagged behind? And if not, how has open source affected academia? And vice versa. Yeah, and if there are any practical examples that you're able to provide us. Okay, take this one. Yeah, thanks. And I would take question is like how open source is influenced by academia and the other way around. And I would say academia is the sector where open source is kind of in the nature. Yeah, we want to be transparent about our research. We want everyone to understand the results, because otherwise they lose of value. So I think just by nature, open source is in the heart of academia. So this is already a good position to start working in projects using open source. And I want to pick up something Professor De Silva said this morning, the 4 Ds, and one is democratization, and definitely open source, but also open access in terms of publications is a democratization of knowledge and tools. And I think it becomes more clear when we look at some specific examples. So if you want to advance, if you want to have innovation, and you're looking for publications, and then you're not affiliated to a university which paid 30,000 euros to Elsevier per year, you're just not getting this paper. So now we have open access papers. I think this is one way. The other way is using Sci-Hub. So I cannot officially promote this, but it's just one way to make this knowledge free, because mostly this knowledge is created by using public funds. And the question is, why should then the result not be publicly? And I used the example of a publication, it's more simple to grasp. So we do research, we write a paper, and then we close this, we hide this paper behind a paywall. So now make this paper accessible. And the same is for the tools. So we use public money, and we create tools, and then we only allow a certain group of people to use it. So just by this democratization approach, it's already, it should be already a default setting that you do open access and open source. And also in academia, it's not only about research, it's also about education. And we observe that the people who are students later work in the ministries, in the companies, and they use the tools they're trained with. And here a lot of geospatial experts are in this room, and probably most of you have been trained using ArcGIS.
with a free student license. It's very generous. So then you get to your company, and what is next? You need to pay. So, but what if you're in a ministry without having the resources, looking to the global south with limited capacities to do that? So please train your students in QGIS. Yeah. The same goes for energy modeling. So I can expand this list, but this is, don't want to take away too much time on this, but just giving the example, summarizing it. One is public money should create public outcomes. Very simple equation. Second is, if you educate your students with proprietary tools, they're going to use them later as well. So train them using open source tools.
Thank you. Is there anything to add? Is academia lagging behind? Prof.
4 or 5 things here that I want to add, because this is what has made me move a bit, you see. So I want to exchange this experience. Yeah, there is a person in this room here who works for IBM. You know, IBM has a platform called Skill Build, which they are very interesting because they charge nothing. You register, you attend classes, you do your CATs or exams, get the badge or certificate, all for free, with one condition: you must be African. So, because they say we want to contribute to the building of capacity of 30 million young Africans by the year 2030. I don't think IBM will ever manage that big, too big, and perhaps we can ask him, Matog there, what's his plan. But it is a marvelous thing. And then, because John Matog is, we are connected in Strathmore with them, because we like something called LIWA, linking industry with academia. It works all the way for both sides. It's win-win. So there are more than 500 students there in that university doing those courses for free. And guess what? It's good for me because they come and tell my lecturers, hey, sir, you need to pull up your socks. I know more programming than yourself. Stuff like that. So that is one. Then another one is we did a partnership with ICRC, International Committee of the Red Cross, and Schneider Electric. They came asking whether we could train their people there in water and energy. We said yes, cutting everything. In 4 years, we got a lot of equipment from Schneider for free. We trained 60 people from the humanitarian sector. And guess what? They are still there. And we are enjoying the idea of working together. Yeah, so, okay. And then just the last thing, I point before I pass to my colleague here is the issue that you need to have innovation, you know, like to have a center called commercialization center, innovation center, because that one allow you to go and make some practical study that can even end up in certified, how do you call it when you intellectual property, you know, you register and everything. So this is something that if you don't have, please start in your university. You know, you want to stop being observers and be active modelators. So that's it.
Yeah, proceed.
You want the same question, or you want to go to the next question?
Yeah, you can add to it, but I also wanted to throw also another question as well as we go across board. In the morning, there was a challenge which was thrown. In the morning, there was a challenge which was thrown that in Africa, we have over 600 million people without energy access or electricity access for that matter, if we pick that bit. And also in the first panel was the mission 300 million. I think Prof has mentioned training 300 million young Africans. Of course, it seems that is a magic number. So just on that end, also picking from where Prof has left, do you see hope that we are able to close the gap using maybe a contribution from the academia as well?
That's a very big question. Of course, academia doesn't have the magic ball that you cannot do it. It has very limited resources. It's also always under pressure from all sides. I think what academia can do very well is to actually does what it does itself as a core, which is educating the next generation, but also protecting the knowledge we have and transferring to the next generation in a good way based on values. So I do agree with what has been said, but I don't think it's the whole story. Just presenting the publications, for example, doesn't mean solutions. Most articles are read maybe by 2 or 3 more colleagues. So even if it is totally free to access, doesn't mean it has been read, doesn't mean it has solved any problems. Or on the other side, IPs, tech transfer is very well, but it's also a recipe for, in the long run to concentrate power in the hands of a few big companies. The whole iPhone has been generated with technologies which have been done for research, or insulin or a lot of medicine are actually created for the first time by public money, public research. But at this point, they are not necessarily accessible to people, even though it has been meant to be accessed for the public. So I guess it's very important that academia looks at itself and then keeps its value, like academic freedom, like educating others, but also do not forget the context of where academia is working in, and that is to serving the communities. And the needs of the communities is different everywhere. And the need maybe in this country or in Africa would be different from the needs in North America or in Australia. And it is still very important that people, the students specifically, stay connected to society. And this is something I can complain that academia has done, which I think is the root of all this detachment between academic development and what the society needs. And that's academia is globally connected. And this open access really helps this connection. They all look at each other, but results in the fact that a student, a scholar, a researcher in Australia do not look into the solutions or the problems which are relevant for that country, but looks what is exciting in Canada, and vice versa, and forget about the roots and where they have to serve. And I think it's the role of the managers of the university, but also the teachers, the professors, to keep this connection alive, that you have to be rooted in your local context for the type of problems you attack and solve.
Thank you. To Pecos and Veronica, just on the other side, I think we have a good cream of the panel where we have those who are in academia, experience, training, and also those who are training and also being trained at the same time. So how is your experience as far as using the open source tools are concerned in your academic experience, maybe teaching and also maybe applying them, and what would you share to the audience as far as that is concerned? And you can add a little bit, what would be the role of the youth?
First, I want to say that it is clear that we cannot operate in silos. Academia needs to collaborate with government, with NGOs, so that whatever solutions we are making are tailor-made to what the society needs. And in the avenue of open source, it becomes easier where you find that you don't really need to spend a lot of resources, maybe looking for data, a lot of time doing that, because it's very difficult. You're doing some research. For example, I can give my example. I was looking at the manufacturing sector of our country. Getting that information was quite a big task. But if we have a platform where you are able to access this, that it becomes easier, and it makes you take less time when you're doing research. And because sometimes if you take longer in research, even the solutions you're proposing could be overtaken by events. So I think open source plays a key role in accelerating the kind of solutions we are tailor-making, especially in the energy space. Yeah, that is what I can say.
Thank you. Anything to add? Dr. Pecos? Okay. You want to add something? Okay. Yeah, as we move ahead, I think funding has come out as one of the key areas of concern, even as we address how can we unpack or unlock funding for open source in academia as one of the challenges. Are there any other challenges that we experience in academia as far as the open source is concerned? And then we add to how do we unlock funding for the same? Prof, I see your hand was.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Anyway, there are very many interesting things that are happening right now with the donor community from whom we get money for research. The ones in Europe, because there are three sources. You see, one is United States, irrespective of Trump and whatever. The second one is the UK. They have quite a bit of pounds there to share with us. And then the other one is the EU, European Union, horizons there. But then I've been for the last 6 or 7 years enjoying the Erasmus. You know, Erasmus Plus is a very nice way of getting funds because you ask for a year and then if is a university in Europe and then a university in Africa or Brazil, north, south, the north apply, then we work together, then we get things to do in the south, yeah? So that's more or less the procedure. And this means a lot for us because before it was call for a proposal. Then you apply, you pay, you get, you don't get. But next time, call for proposal. But wait a moment, you already know me. I had a project with you. Why don't you talk to me as we are friends? So this last 2 years, they began doing precisely that. So it's very nice. You go apply for Erasmus Plus. You should have an office because it's very easy to apply. Then with the people in the north, propose what you want to do. Once you finish, they give you money, say 25,000 euros. Not much, or 30,000, but you travel and you get to know the thing, you do something together. Now, that one, you can ask them whether they can support, you see. So this is something that is very nice. It has changed. Yeah. Then the other issue is that this is a point that nobody talks, but is important. You, by the fact that you are a scientist, either you are BSc or MSc or PhD or postdoc, you have the responsibility to make this place a better world, you know. So there are people, my students, I mentor them. So I say, what do you want? Says, I want to finish the degree. I am going to get this amount more, and I'm going to buy a car, and I'm going to buy a plot. You know, plot is very important for us here. So this shows zero responsibility towards you. See, society has allowed you to go there. So now exercise something that you develop here and apply out there, and people are happy. The example is Muhammad Yunus, the guy from Bangladesh, you know, super trained in the United States, then came back. Everybody was there, no job. You see those ladies making the basket there, and they didn't have money to buy the reeds. They had to sell for a very ridiculous price. Eventually, he tried to get the bank to give them microfinance. They didn't. He created a bank himself, and the rest is history. He has more than 40 million ladies with micro loans there. It's called Grameen Bank, you know. So all of us have this potential of transforming things. You know, your idea, if it stays there and doesn't touch anybody, it is really a pity, you know? Yeah, so it trains people like that. You know, let them read. Yeah, Pecos is from Uganda. I left Uganda, but there is a center of research which is there, and we are having serious research and getting funds, you know. So you believe a bit more in yourself and begin something. If you fail, you don't die. We don't die of fake researchers.
We all have to do something. Okay.
It's hard to follow after such motivational words. It's simple terms of like, how should open source be incorporated into funding structures, but I do it. Yeah, I'm sorry for that. we see it now, and I want to add to the streams of funding. One is the international collaboration. We see a lot of tenders from World Bank and so on. They're now requesting that the consultants should use open source tools. I think this is a big step forward. And sometimes I doubt how serious they take it if I see who's winning the tenders, but we're getting there. Yeah, we need to educate them. And the second is then more the research grants. And I think here it's now the standard that you develop an open source solution, but maybe we can challenge ourselves a bit more and say, it's not about developing a new open source solutions. We should bring ideas which build up or contribute to existing solutions, because otherwise the open source doesn't leverage its value. Otherwise, we're just creating a whole set of fragmented open source tools, but they're not working together, or they're just doing the same thing. And so I think there's a potential also from the funding schemes then to specifically ask. So you usually ask like what work has been done already, where's your research gap? So in this case, what tools are already out there? Can't you use them? Why do you need to build a new one? This story is less attractive. It's not a sexy story if you say, there's a tool, I do a little tweaking. Of course, it's much more attractive for a funder to say, I developed something new. But we need to have a shift, a mind shift here, that contributing to the community, building up on existing tools is even more valuable than just building something new, which then maybe is a lighthouse, but it's then only another one.
Yeah, so you mentioned something which is, for me, also an interesting angle to this fact that, of course, we do research which is supposed to be funding, but funding by itself does not do the research. It just buys the time. And I think at the university, you can also directly go for the time of people by organizing well. There's one place which there's plenty of time, and actually people do completely all the stuff, and that's the classroom. The curriculum, people read, 100-year-old, 20-year-old textbook, which is pretty old. That's a basic. We have to learn that, but it's not the only thing. I guess if the university wants to bring open source, open access mindset, it is actually to bring it down to the first class, second grade curriculum to teach what is, as you said, to use the open source tools, but also to teach the philosophy of open source, especially in Africa. I mean, I don't know if you have a course on Ubuntu in your classes, but this is the philosophy which I hope that actually people in the West teach to their classes, that your society, your academic society is only better if as a whole it improves. So if you are learning for a degree for yourself, you're only succeeding if your society as a whole, if the rest of the degree, the discipline that you are working in is a better knowledgeable place. And that's something we have forgotten to keep in the curriculum. I don't know about Africa. Maybe in Africa, because of the Ubuntu philosophy, it is in your curriculum, but I'm not really sure about that. It's mostly Western curriculum translated, which I think is a pity.
Thank you. As I bring it to you for a few questions, and then we come to towards the close, just one more question. How do we ensure scalability and the aspect of sustainability from the academic side of things? Maybe that bit, and then we open it to the audience. Yes, because.
Okay, thank you. From what I think, when we talk about scalability, still from the morning session, when we mentioned mission 300 million, it's difficult to talk about that without having the word academia, because definitely all the 300 million pass through academia at the end of the day. So I believe that as what my colleague has been saying, that when we talk about scalability, it goes beyond the after, or maybe what comes at the end of the day, but we can go back to the roots for scalability, that if we get into the curriculum of the different universities and shape, because that's why we go to the universities, We go to the universities because we are doing courses. They are centers of change that change courses of individuals, mindset that change the mindsets. So when we get a hold of the young people from their youngest age, where we can channel and direct them to the direction of community impact, to the direction where maybe they are adopting to these open source tools. I believe for me that is the quickest way when we talk about scalability, because at the end of the day, every student year one will later on come out of the university. And that takes away the bias of segregating only open source tools for people who are coders. I think that's one of the challenges we found, I think, in Uganda. It looks, when we're doing some trainings in Gulu University, it looks like these were left for a particular special group of people. And that comes from the place of, it wasn't embedded in the mindset of people from the younger age when maybe they're just joining college or university. So I believe exposure to the students or to these tools will create an ease for scalability. Maybe, yeah, thank you.
Wow, so it's not only at the university level, but at the secondary, in the context of Kenya, the primary, and even to the lowest level. I think that's really a heavy point. Thank you.
Maybe.
Please.
Okay. Maybe to add on sustainability, for academia, because each and every new day we have emerging issue, the academia has a role to revise their curricula to embrace the emerging issues, to train the ones already in the system and the new people coming up in the system.
Wow, thank you. Is there in addition? Okay, Prof.
So Victor, one thing that I also feel, I appreciate your idea of Ubuntu, because it is, I mean, the very fundamental thing of sharing and getting people improving is very nice. Yeah, but we are not teaching Ubuntu in Strato. Yeah, you see. Anyway, so what I think is something we have to cut from the university is the so-called silo mentality. You see, I have scientists, they are very nice lecturers, they do good science, but they keep the thing very close to their heart, just and then the guy is fighting to get, say, 50,000 euro program. But if you are to team up with this one together, they could ask for 500,000, you see. But we keep being a bit selfish. And then I think even in intellectual property, the more open you are, the more money you make. So I really think it is fundamental that everybody talk the multidisciplinarity aspect of research. See, for us, I'm an engineer. I tend to think the technical thing, isn't it? But then this community, I am giving them this tool. What do they think? You have to go there, sit with them, sip tea and this thing. Then after that, you have to ask this one who is a lawyer, can we empower them by something? This is what helps, because then it's like enticing even more people to go for the open source, not because it's open access only, but because somebody's telling a story and it is quite comprehensive. So,
thank you. Okay, let's pick and then we'll add to our comments. Please. Let me just see those who have questions. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's start with those ones and then we'll see what comes.
Thank you so much. My name is called Howie from Kijijiet village. There's something that is coming out, and I like the discussion. It's quite rich, but there's something which is not coming out very clearly in terms of scaling and localization. Because one of the models which has come out, it might not be energy, but the Catholic Church has been able to localize our wealth and even ensure that the language their priests speak, whether it's coming from up, is already felt on the ground. I'm trying to say this because when you're talking about energy solutions, it's important to see how are we revolution, because I saw a lot of issues about revolutionizing and democratizing this. Why can't we say that everybody is always talking about the last mile connectivity? And if you're talking about open source, why can't we start from the last mile? Because the conversation that I keep on hearing, and which is missing within the academic, especially in Kenya, even defining what is academia in Kenya is a very big thing, even in Africa. So I'm just worried I'm bringing those things on the table, and I'm just also asking, where are the testing grounds for some of the pieces that we're bringing out every day? Thank you.
Where is the localization and the last mile? There's, yeah.
Yes, thank you. My name is Arnold from EED Advisory, and I'm an AI analyst. Just an addition or a small comment on what Pecos and Professor Desil had said on academia. So it's definitely important to bring in these tools to teach students from down low upwards in the university, but also in terms of implementing. I know it's also a bit difficult to find funding for research and development. So I think also one thing we'd add there is also providing support in terms of internships, research developments, and all that. So the universities can actually help students to link them with different companies working with these different open source solutions so that they can actually be placed directly to these companies. So that would be a very good way to add scalability, and also by also involving companies with students, I think also it could also bring in more capacity building, even with the companies where the students will be going to. So that's it's a small addition from my end. Thank you.
Thank you for the very important addition.
Thank you. My question is, for one, have there been instances where you have two tools speaking the same function? In that regard, let's say I have EAE, I have ESD, just giving an example, which all are giving the same solution. And in such cases, you, as the professors, and how are the students guided without bias? Because it's easier for one to preach about that which they are familiar with, but you may find maybe I'm familiar with the ESD at EAE has better functionality. How is the approach to the students to make a choice of the tool, the guidance they are given, are related to, say, a hospital? If I go to see a doctor, one will tell you there's this brand of medicine, is to treat the antibacterial infection. There's brand A from India, there's brand C. But just because they're familiar with the brand C or from German, one is maybe inclined to recommend that which they are familiar with. So in that, I'm curious to know how the students are guided in an unbiased way to make a choice of the tool they're using. And then also on the other space, almost one man spoke of how the training, personally I was trained with the ArcGIS, and then you find in the sector what has been adopted. But then on the open source space, my thinking is, how does one, because I believe each of these, the proprietary and the open source, there's why they complement each other, as long as there's that interoperability. How does that play out in the same environment? This is the students you have and the likes. Those are my questions for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Dimitris.
Thanks. First, I'd like to commend both Strathmore and Makerere, because together we've been able to, alone we would have been able to do X, together we've been able to do 10X. And this wouldn't be possible without partnership with local academic institutions. So if you're interested in short-term impact, yes, you have to work very closely with government agencies, This is what most donors are interested in. They want to see return on investment in 6 months or a year. But if you're interested in medium to long-term impact and sustainability, you have to work very closely with local academic institutions. So that's one point. I love the comment or point that Philip, you made on public resources being utilized for public outcomes. Another saying that I'd like to adopt from conversations with the Digital Public Goods Alliance is the following. We have to buy what we need. It can be open source. We have to buy what we need. We have to own what we buy, and we have to share what we own. Public resources for public outcomes. Because there is this misconception that open source is completely free, which is not necessarily the case. A team needs to spend time, and time comes with monetary resource requirements. Of course, these requirements have to be at a fraction of a cost of proprietary solutions. So there is this misconception. Wanted to make this quick comment as well. And now coming to the question, is there an actual priority / commitment / policy toward open source solutions in the academic institutions you represent? Or has it been more of an ad hoc selection? Thank you.
Thank you, Dimitris. I think we can open it up just to review. I've captured 4 key questions. There's one which was dealing with scalability and sustainability. How do we localize and reach the last mile? I think we can start with that one because time is running out, just on point. Prof, it seems you are okay.
Okay, thank you. To talk about localization and sustainability, I think firstly, it begins with us, that we have to understand that we are all preachers of open source from today. And when we talk about localization, I'll give with a reference of what we've done in Uganda, is that when we have the whole set of maybe Energy Access Explorer or open source tools, one is we are using these for decentralized, of course, decentralized integrated planning at the end of the day. But you find the case that I think from what you are saying that the reliability is on the mainstream ministries to carry out the planning. But now with the existence of open source tools, we are looking at how we break it down on a district level. That we are not just introducing the tools, but now we are empowering experts on a district level. And this can be through, for example, maybe what we've done in Uganda is we have had at least trainings, one with the universities, academia, because they are into research, but also 2, sustainability and localization. We have also trained district officials on a district level. Why? Because these past the students, these are there to always edit and implement the work being done. So I believe it goes more to the decentralization of the experts involved in the whole of this sector, from the people that are implementing now to the people that are going to, once the project is done, what is going to be after. And that can be through working with the local individuals, firstly from the district or maybe county officials, but also now setting up, we always set up with CRIC, we always set up a trainer of trainers, that when PECOS is not around in Uganda to do a training on Energy Access Explorer, we have empowered very many young people across different universities that can actually do the same kind of training on a local level. So I believe that can bring about a localization and also sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I pick one of the Ds which was mentioned in the morning. Decentralization. Prof, you want to add something? Okay, just in case.
Okay, this issue of decentralization, I have a very strong example of how it worked very well somewhere. In 1973, as you recall, there was the crisis of petroleum. You remember OPEP, or Organization of the Petroleum Zoning Companies, the Arabs. They say that it is costing today a barrel of oil X, tomorrow is 3X. You see, so it chaos in the world. Now, the people from Brazil said, look, instead, why don't we study ethanol, biodiesel? You see, we have a lot of fertile land, so let's plant sugarcane and then squeeze some goes to sugar, some go to ethanol, and then they develop the car, they call it flex. The engine check how much ethanol, how much gasoline is there. Any combination, it will work at best. So this flex. So they developed these things. So today they are the owners of the technology in the world. I was told they put a refinery in Sudan, and Sudan is selling entirely the ethanol to Sweden, you know, and it's doing fine. So I always think that open access, good. But the universities should form a fraternity and work together. Today, there are 13 universities in Brazil connected in studying different issues of ethanol, biofuel, methane, and every liter that they don't buy because they make here, it makes for wealth creation, you know?
Thank you.
I wanted to answer to the question of the policies. So first of all, I'll say I fully agree with sharing, but it's not as easy as you say, because you really have to first create something to share. And for creating, you need to think about long-term. That's why universities are good at. That's why probably they cannot do the short-term solutions because of the complexity. The open source and the language of open science is actually now getting global, because actually the academia, the science thought it would be the best for ourselves. 10 years ago, 20 years ago, there was a lot of crisis in many fields of science. Pharmaceutical was one of them, was psychology, other fields, which they found that like 80% of the publications that people publish cannot be reproduced because the data isn't accessible. It's very low quality. So for improving the quality of science, the open science movement started, and now it's getting global. But comes also with a warning. If you have seen recently, the Trump government has issued an open science policy as a means of control. So it's using the language of open science to tell to the funding agencies which research can be done and which research cannot be done. And using that, say, for example, if your research has anything to do with equity or with globalization, you should not do it because it's not open science. So one has to be very careful with the language as open science, like any other language. For myself, it's always the question at the very core. The act that am I doing? Am I getting the power from the people who already have a lot of power and then distribute it? Or am I serving the people who already have the power to gain more power from the demos and then add to their power? And this is in every question you have. Whether you do IP, open source, NGO work, it's always the question. Even NGO has a lot of power, and by me acting in the benefit of the NGO, I can add to its power, to its monopoly power, and hence act against the community's benefit. It's not the terminology. One really has to look into the details of it. And a lot of things that we get for granted because everybody in the world is doing it, like IP protection, what the lawyer says, that profit is, if you work on something, you are entitled to profit. These are all things which are not coming from the community. And we should not, especially in academia, should not just simply repeat that this is just a fact of life. Everything is questionable in the university.
Thank you. I think as Dr. Philip finishes, I think we are hitting the time. So as you add, you also respond to the question, how do you guide a student who is spoiled of choices?
Yeah, so I think there were two questions open. One was how the universities can bring the students into companies and do the collaborations with them. I think what we observe here is that a lot of private companies, at least in Germany, are still afraid of open source. So they want to have their NDAs, they want to know what's happening with their data. And if they pay us to develop something, they have this kind of weird thinking of ownership that they only should use it. So I think there's also the role of academia to make clear how to cater their needs, but not working against the open source or open science approach. And the other question was, if I understood it correctly, like how to train students but still keep them open to use different tools. I think this is it's becoming philosophical. So maybe you should. What we try in our lectures is that we're not starting with the tool itself. We're starting with the purpose. So what is your goal? What do you want to analyze? And then we say, what are the steps for this? And then we come with the tool. And of course, you need to use one. And it's just in the human nature. You will also later use the one you are trained to, or you're used to, sorry. But of course, there's also certain flexibility. If a new one comes up and you feel it's easier to use or better, you would mainly do it. But the key is that you understand the purpose of it and not just using it, because then you also don't understand the results. So I think here it's more about open thinking instead of open source.
Thank you. I think there's also possibility of integrating the tools depending on the outcomes that one would want to achieve. So I think we'll close it at this point just to get if you have any parting shots and any statement that you wanted to bring forward, and you may have not. Maybe you come as we come this end.
Okay, the last one, maybe to add on the point of what Edwina had asked for the two different tools, particularly maybe from Makerere University on a master's level, because we have like the different kind of tools that can be used, for example, in renewable energy. All these tools we are talking about here maybe are more interconnected to energy. So usually what is done, because they might not give you a priority of what to use, but as it is more of like an assignment based, where it's part of the course unit maybe, but assignment based where you're using all particular tool for a particular reason. That at the end of the day, if I'm using EAE, I know I'm using EAE because I'm doing maybe, I'm having free access to data. Then I'll come to onset when I want to go to proceed to the next level of least cost of electrification. Maybe I'll now come to osmosis. So the whole like kind of inclusivity of these tools is on what each tool is actually, what role is each tool actually playing when it comes to the class, the study that we are doing. That can, I think, guide on, you'll find that maybe whatever content you're offering in a class, you can actually give all these actually tools that can be taught, as long as they're directing students on when to use them. Thank you.
Thank you, Veronica. And also the priority bit as.
Okay, maybe just a closing remark. I would just say that open source is not just a tool, but a way of democratizing learning and innovation so that we ensure just energy transition, and especially in our continent. Thank you.
Yeah, I think there is one very good principle of open source which has always worked in the software company. It's the Apache, and it says everybody scratch their own itch. It sounds very personal, but it's very important to focus on what you really are good at and really want to solve, although some soul searching needs it there. But at the same time, if you always keep it at that level of just simple problems that you want, you will never be able to build more complex issues. So there's always this balance of how much I contribute to the community and how much I serve myself. And that's sort of sweet spot of really contributing to the big project, to the big picture, and contributing to your own fulfillment and your development. That's where everybody can work the best on the open source solutions.
Thank you.
Okay, my is just to say that we should keep in mind that whatever we study, if it is philosophy, theology, whatever, it has an application and it has to help somebody out there to become better. And is a mentality of innovation, is an idea that I can do something. It's like a positive attitude towards reality. So last year, signed an MOU with a university in Ireland called University College Dublin. Now, these people are so impressive. They have about 300 patents per year, every year for the last 10 years, you know? And then they say, in fact, if you check in the internet, Ireland is the country in Europe where you have more young millionaires, because those kiddos, they learn how to do science, how to do research from tender age, primary, you know, doing those science fair. They call it Ireland Young Scientist. So this is the thing. Believe you have power, and then what they do is working together and being inspired and illustrated by the others, and eventually they get a unicorn, and then they sell to this man for 4 million euro, you know, buy a house for the grandmother.
Thank you, bro.
And maybe from my side, there's trying to connect like energy access with open source. So I think we can take the same metaphor with electricity. So getting electricity access alone doesn't solve like the problems, the other SDGs. So you also need to have access to markets, you need to have access to healthcare and so on. But without electricity, all the other SDGs are very hard to achieve. I think it's similar with open source. So we can just doing the things open source per se, it doesn't help. We need to have a good purpose for it and a good reason, and we need to see how to collaborate. But without open source, all these other issues become very complex. So collaboration becomes complex, exchange becomes complex. So let's use it. I think we can agree here. Let's use open source, but let's make it meaningful and with a purpose then.
Thank you. I think that's help us come to the end. And as we have discussed, a lot is happening and a lot still needs to happen. Thank you. I think
thank you, Victor. Thank you, our distinguished panel of speakers. Another round of applause for them. Being among the last things we've done today, I think the attention, I haven't seen anyone sleeping or I think it's been quite a useful session. Now, before we wrap it up, as I get off stage, I would like to request, we had the breakout sessions this afternoon, and I think we had agreed that each group will have someone to present briefly on what they had they discussed on the different topics. So I'll give maybe 3 minutes maximum. I know people are excited to go network and lighten a bit. If we could have those presenting come in front and do so in as minimal time as possible. I don't know if we have to go with, maybe we can start with the group that was using this room, the one discussing manufacturing challenges and opportunities. Are you ready? Going once? Anyone from that group? Who is presenting? Okay. Don't be shy.
Thank you. And sorry for the delay. I thought there's going to be one representative for the whole group that was discussed. I didn't know the 3 of us are supposed to come. So I'm Leandre, co-founder and CEO at SLS Energy. We do second life batteries using EV batteries to provide energy storage to commercial and off-grid systems. So in our group, we had 3 sub-questions. Our sub-question was the role of local manufacturing in the industry. And what they focused on is challenges, opportunities, benefits, and some component in terms of a casing, plastic molds, and other assembly or finishing components. So what we figure out is local manufacturing is great, but the key sticking points currently happen to be that though we have some level of local manufacturing, we still depend on global supply chains for some key components such as electronics and assembly components. There's also a challenge of low production volumes that make unit economics not competitive compared to global suppliers that have volume production. In terms of benefits, we see that having local manufacturing is critical in terms of better warranty, better services, and also better connection with the end users. So having the manufacturer, the distributor, and the end user in the same region is beneficial for better or quality service to the end user at the end of the day. So in terms of relying on global supply chain for some key component sourcing, we noticed that it creates a challenge in terms of inventory management and cash flow management for local companies, where you have like a long cash cycle, because if you put in orders from local suppliers, it takes 3 months for the products to be shipped, assembled, and sold. Whereas if we had like local suppliers that we can work with, it's going to be 2 weeks for like the cash turnaround from when you place orders and then you sell the products. So we see that one of the success points is that being able to validate, prototype like the key solutions and the key business models on the at the local scale. Now that we're getting to the point of at least the manufacturers we had in the room are scaling these solutions, both like locally, but also geographically to other countries and other market segments. So that's a summary of this key question. Pass over to the colleagues.
Second question. Yeah. Yes. So the question we had is that how can open source hardware be a catalyzer for local manufacturing, but also bringing services? We had a table of people who have actually businesses, and we looked at what is the reason for people using open source and why is the reason for people not using open source as a solution provider. Of course, people would like to support sharing. They would like to also have good quality and low cost solutions and access to the documentation. So on one side, the open source creates this trust, also creates the scalability for the people, but that means that they have to collaborate and to reach this bigger scale, also across the supply chain. On the other hand, from the person who wants to provide the solution, it's very important that this solution is reliable, can be serviced, has long-term duration, and generally, some open source solutions do not have the reputation of being maintainable, easily maintainable. They also are more generic than a very customized solution you need. So we did this mind exercise of suppose that you know what is a fair price of something and you can buy it from one-stop shop company, but doesn't provide anything else except for the product. How much are you willing to pay extra for the service, for the customization, for long-term guarantees, insurances, replacement of the products? And we came at a pretty high margin. So people were willing to pay more than 50%, above 50% of the cost for these extra services, which, presumably the open source solutions do not have the owners and do not provide. And from here, you can come to this business solution or business opportunity that if there is a open source solution available, people are really willing on the customer side to pay 50% of the closed source solution for these extra services. So why not create this opportunity by providing services? And the conclusion of the session was that maybe the business models are suitable for open source, for sustainable open source services, is not in developing products, but in providing services and providing long-term durability and customization. And that's something which doesn't need to be free, and is not free, but it's also not zero. It is pretty large margin that you can utilize.
The third question is handling ecosystem approach to academia, also development of hardware and the collaboration. And basically what we did was like for the academia, research, we had the issues on capacity building and training, and also had the issue, the last one was on community outreach. So we're looking at how to, because that was the security approach on the ecosystem angle by now. So given that in terms of training, funding, and capacity building, how does that inform policies? And we said policies should come from data that is available from the link between software and hardware. So that is what I said.
Thank you. The second group, the one that was working from Mercury on sustainability. Okay, there you are.
Basically, I think we have other members. Okay, I'll be very brief. The question is that sustainability, what are the challenges that you're facing in terms of sustainability? The issue of human capital is a very big issue because you need skills, you need knowledge for continuity and also to pass on to other people who do not understand the solutions. So that's very important. To drive this process also, you need funding to ensure that funding is able to reach the people within the other sector that you've. And we're not saying funding from donors only, also looking at budget allocations from government and many other sources. We also need ownership and goodwill because we need political goodwill, we need community ownership. And on the government side, I think we have a bill which has been in Parliament, which is a startup bill, which was brought on Senate, and which is also touching on things and energy access solutions. So we need to push for that. And last one is just to ensure that the issue of research is able to invest deeply on research, academia, so that we can be able to relate with the reality on the ground. Thank you.
Then to wrap up, it was about how those solutions, that challenges we are facing, how can be solved. We looked at taxation that's being put on digital platforms, and then we see how that's if they can be exempted, and they encourage startups, and also the startups if they can be funded. Encourage the young entrepreneurs or those in technology to come up with those projects and implement them. So that's it.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I know we're almost done. So my name is Andreas Salberg. I'm with SE for All, working on these open source tools, and mainly the ones based on geospatial data. So I'll try to summarize what we discussed very briefly. Akansha will fill in if I miss something.
Why did we start the discussion?
So the overall discussion, we're trying to figure out how we can ensure long-term sustainability of these open source tools. We know it's very challenging to keep them going for many years. I'll talk about 3 different questions that we discussed in our group. So the first one was, what is the opportunity to involve academia to support open tools and communities? And here we see that academia can provide a few different solutions or roles. First of all, through academia, we can involve students in these open tools and these open communities. We can involve them in courses to learn and apply the tools. And also through master thesis and PhD thesis, we can allow students to have actually quite a long time to get very familiar and expertise in the tools so that they can help improve the tools and keep the community alive. We also said that when students do different projects, they can also do data collection, which may feed into the tools and then improve these tools as well. And we also talked about doing hackathon challenges for student chapters and so on. The other thing we tried to discuss was how to make open source tools attractive to funders, or how we can make these tools attractive to funders. What are different points here? First of all, maybe very crucial, is we need to show the impact of these tools. When we develop the open source tools, we need to apply them and show that they actually have a positive outcome, making some real impact socially or environmentally or for whatever purpose these tools were developed. We also talked about the potential for capacity transfer. So we don't have the licensing. If we provide trainings, more people can adopt and start using these tools, which is also a very attractive selling point. And we have the fact that we don't have these long-term licensing fees. We do, of course, as was discussed before, have other costs. You need to have people who are competent and know how to use the tools. You may need some IT infrastructure, but at least the license fee costs you can get rid of. And ideally, we also have these tools interoperable. So you use one open source tool, but then you can also use the benefits of other ones. So I'll get to the last point very quickly. We talked about how we can ensure long-term funding of the tools. It's a long discussion to have, but we talked about involving the private sector and trying to show, if we can show that the tools are useful for them, maybe they can be part of the funding also somehow. And overarching collaboration between academia, government, private sector, everything came in all of these topics.
I like it when I don't have to speak much. He has covered all the points. But I think the major point for us, which came out from the discussion, was collaboration. I mean, we need to collaborate with academia, and we did try to go other way around before the panel, that how do open source tools see we can, benefit from academia and academia benefits from us. We need to collaborate amongst ourselves. We need to collaborate with the partners, governments, and also need to ensure that whatever the tool we are doing has to align with the policies of the donors or their strategy, as well as from the government side. Because ideally, if we are flowing with the wind, it would be faster and we can have much impact. I think we'll stop here. Yes, we'll stop here.
Great. Round of applause for that group. Last but not least, there was an intimate group on this side. Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Shikha from WRI India. I work closely with Energy Access Explorer in Indian geographies. So we were in the Communicating Open Source for Impact workshop. And we started with the question why communication is important for open source tools, right? So I believe most of us, in fact, all of us will agree that many a times the projects fail or develop very slowly because of lack of communication, or there's a communication gap between the developers, like open source tool developers, and the people who are going to use it. So this was the major observation that we had. And based on that, we listed the questions, the challenges that all the participants were facing in their own work. And based on that, I'm thankful to Ayobami for moderating the session, and James for sharing his experiences and answering all our questions. So we had a few takeaways from the discussion, such as we need to have community engagement, involvement, because unless we understand the demand, the need of the community, no matter how good our solution is, it is not going to succeed. So we have to, and also the way we communicate our solution to the users also matters, because many a times we have a very good solution, but if it doesn't fit in the requirement which they have, it will not succeed in those regions. Another thing was we have to understand properly what are the solutions what are the challenges that our open source tool is going to solve. Because there's a number of things that we can address using the same tool, but we have to customize it, or maybe I should say present it according to the audience, whether it is government departments or academia or whatever the users, the end users, whosoever the users are. And also we need to strategize our engagements for all different levels. Like I mentioned earlier, the decision makers versus the end buyers. We need to have risk assessment, SWOT analysis of different officers to understand their influence or the impact that they might have if they buy into our solutions. We need to have ambassadors at both the ends, the providers and the user side, because they are the ones who are going to propagate our idea to the larger mass, because we advocating for our solution might not always have that level of impact unless there is someone from the region specific departments or the user community who propagate our tool for us. Also, yeah, one very interesting point that came up during the discussion was that many times there's this myth, or there's this belief in the users that open source means that the data is not secure. Anyone can get that data, and that is one of the apprehensions of the users. They do not feel comfortable in sharing the data. So one of the very interesting points was that if the data handlers are trained on how to handle the personal data, that is maybe we can take care of, maybe build in the confidence of the users on that their data is going to be secure enough in the open source solutions. Yeah.
Hello. Hi, my name is Azman. I work for Energy Action Partners. We're in the energy sector. Particularly, we work with rural and indigenous communities. So just quickly, some takeaways is that we first discussed how confidence affects communication. The key takeaway was that confidence comes from understanding your product and knowing what you're talking about, as well as studying and understanding your audience before taking any action. Secondly is to not build your products in isolation. Start with customer insights. Make sure your consumers' opinions and needs are prioritized and addressed. We also discussed the idea of creating a sort of a vacuum to be filled, which basically means opening up the questions that help users recognize unmet needs and see the value of your solution so that they can fill up this vacuum. Poor communication risks failure even with good products. It's important to document everything and meet users where they are and ensure the solution is both sustainable and meaningful. Thanks.
Thank you to all the groups for those wonderful and great ideas. I think we've had a great day. A lot of bright ideas. I had also some commitments as well. We've heard from policymakers, the tech wizards, industry. I think we've all contributed. I think it's been a wonderful day. And there's no better way. Sorry. Dimitris, you want to speak? There's no better way to wrap it up than to invite you for the reception that is coming up. But before we go, tomorrow, the session begins as today. So if we can be here by 9 a.m. in the morning. I know we still had the hackathon is still ongoing. We'll have some awards in the evening, but also a lot of great sessions during the day. Okay, I get the thumbs up that we are ready to go. The reception is at the main hotel, right? Is it? Yeah. So you're all welcome. Let's go network over some chai. Rumor has it that there's some cocktails as well. So welcome to the reception and enjoy your evening.
So I now get used to your voice. Sorry? I get used to your voice now. So it wasn't as boring. Yes.
Want a connection to it? I don't understand. I can't challenge more. Not.
Because I have some very long understanding here. Had a meeting in Chia 2 years ago. It's really tough to catch up.
2 years ago.
I looked at the email, his name is coming up. Oh, no, he's here. We still need to vote.
They, I mean, here, province were last something.